This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still can't sleep with my blinds open. It's been 7 months since that night, but every time I close my eyes, I can still see that thing standing in my kitchen. I'm 15 now, almost 16, but I feel like I aged 10 years in one night. It happened back in October last year. My parents were celebrating their anniversary and decided to spend the night at this fancy hotel downtown, something they'd been planning for months. I convinced them I was old enough to stay home alone. I'm practically an adult, I told them. God, I was so stupid. It was a Friday night, and a massive storm had rolled in. The weather forecast said it would be the worst one of the season, but I was actually excited about it. There's something cozy about being inside while it's pouring outside, you know? Plus, I had the whole house to myself. I made some popcorn, grabbed a bunch of candy, and settled in for a horror movie marathon. The irony isn't lost on me now. Around 9 o'clock, the storm really picked up. Rain was hammering against the windows, and the wind howled through the trees in our backyard. Our house is in Millfield, just your average suburban neighborhood with 2 close houses and nosy neighbors. Nothing bad ever happens here. At least that's what I thought. I was halfway through my second movie when I heard it. A scraping sound coming from the back of the house. At first, I paused the TV, thinking maybe a branch had fallen on the roof or something, but then I heard it again. It sounded like, I don't know, like someone dragging something heavy across our back patio. "It's just the wind," I remember saying out loud, trying to convince myself, but something felt off. You know that feeling when you're suddenly aware you're being watched? That prickly sensation on the back of your neck? Yeah, that. I turned the volume up on the TV, trying to drown out both the noise and my growing anxiety. It worked for about 20 minutes. Then the power flickered, once, twice, before steadying again. That's when I noticed the sliding glass door that leads to our backyard. The curtains were partially open, and through the gap, I could see our yard illuminated by flashes of lightning. And there, at the edge where our property meets the woods, was a figure. I froze. The TV was still blaring some stupid jump scare scene, but all I could focus on was that silhouette. It was just standing there, watching the house, watching me. When the lightning flashed again, I could see it more clearly, a tall figure wearing what looked like a hoodie. The rational part of my brain tried to tell me it was just the old oak tree at the edge of our yard. But trees don't move slightly from side to side. Trees don't seem to be staring directly at your window. I grabbed my phone to call my parents, but then stopped. What would I even say? There's someone in the yard during a storm? They'd think I was just freaking myself out with the horror movies. And maybe I was. I decided to text my best friend Emily instead. "There's someone in my backyard. I'm home alone and freaking out." She responded immediately, "OMG, call the cops." But I hesitated. What if it was nothing? What if it was just some random person taking shelter from the rain? I'd look like such an idiot calling 911 over nothing. So I did something even more stupid. I grabbed my brother's baseball bat from the hall closet. He's in college now, but left some stuff behind, and walked toward the back door. I thought maybe if whoever it was saw that someone inside was awake and aware, they'd leave. I flicked on the patio light and looked out again. The figure was gone. Relief washed over me, but only for a second, because that's when I realized if they weren't at the edge of the yard anymore, where were they? The scraping sound came again, closer this time. It sounded like it was coming from the side of the house, near the kitchen door that leads to our driveway. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the bat. I texted Emily again. They moved. I can't see them now, but I hear noises. Call the cops, Ava. I was about to, I swear. But then the power went out completely. The sudden darkness was suffocating. My phone's screen provided the only light, and I could feel panic rising in my chest. I fumbled to turn on the flashlight function, nearly dropping it in the process. The house felt different in the dark, bigger, full of shadows and corners where someone could hide. I stood frozen in the living room, straining to hear anything over the sound of the rain and my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. Then came a soft thud from the kitchen. I swear my heart stopped. That sound wasn't the wind or the storm. That was inside the house. Hello? I called out, immediately regretting it. What was I thinking? If there was an intruder, I'd just announced exactly where I was. No response. I gripped the bat tighter and slowly moved toward the kitchen, my phone's flashlight leading the way. The beam bounced off the walls, creating moving shadows that made me jump with every step. Our kitchen has two entrances, one from the living room where I was, and another from the hallway that leads to the garage and side door. As I approached, I shined my light around the room. Everything looked normal. Dishes in the sink from my dinner, the popcorn bowl I'd left on the counter. The side door was open, just a crack, but definitely open, and I knew for a fact I'd locked it earlier. I don't know where I found the courage, but I stepped fully into the kitchen, bat raised. My flashlight beam darted around frantically, illuminating small sections of the room at a time. The refrigerator, the stove, the table, there was someone standing in the corner by the pantry. I screamed. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I screamed louder than I ever have in my life. The beam of light landed directly on them, and what I saw, I still can't explain it. It wasn't a normal face. It was wrong, distorted somehow. The features didn't seem to match up right, like they were shifting slightly. The eyes reflected my flashlight beam like an animal's would. For one horrible moment, we just stared at each other. Then it moved toward me. It was fast, unnaturally fast. 1 second it was by the pantry, the next it was lunging across the kitchen. I swung the bat blindly, feeling it connect with something solid. There was a sound, not quite a scream, not quite a growl, and I didn't wait to see what happened next. I ran. I dropped my phone in the process, plunging myself into darkness, but I didn't care. I just needed to get out. I bolted for the front door, fumbling with the lock for what felt like an eternity before finally yanking it open and running out into the storm. The rain was coming down in sheets, soaking me instantly. I ran across our front yard, across the street, and straight to Mr. Thompson's house. He's this older guy who's lived in the neighborhood forever. I pounded on his door, still clutching the bat, sobbing hysterically. When he opened the door, I nearly collapsed with relief. His wife was there too, both of them staring at me in shock. This soaking, wet teenager holding a baseball bat, hyperventilating on their doorstep at 10:30 at night. "Someone's in my house," was all I could manage to say. Mr. Thompson called the police while Mrs. Thompson wrapped me in a blanket and made me sit down. I was shaking so badly I could barely speak, but I tried to explain what happened. About the figure in the yard, the noises, the power going out, and that face, that impossible face. The police arrived within minutes, 2 officers who looked way too calm for what I'd just experienced. They took my statement, then went to check out my house, telling me to stay put. I sat there with the Thompsons, jumping at every sound, convinced that whatever was in my kitchen would get the officers too. But 20 minutes later, they came back. They'd found nothing. No sign of forced entry besides the side door, which they said could have blown open in the storm. No evidence that anyone had been in the house. My phone was on the kitchen floor where I'd dropped it, but otherwise, everything was normal. Except it wasn't normal. I knew what I saw. They clearly thought I was just a scared kid who'd freaked herself out watching horror movies alone during a storm. One of them even made a joke about it, said something about how these scary movies are getting too realistic these days. I wanted to scream. My parents came home early when Mr. Thompson called them. They were worried sick, of course. Dad was angry at first, thought maybe I'd had friends over or something and was trying to cover it up. But when he saw how genuinely terrified I was, he believed me. Or at least, he believed that I believed what I saw. The police did a full report, but nothing ever came of it. No similar break-ins were reported in the area. No strange figures were seen lurking around other houses. Life in Millfield went back to normal for everyone except me. We got a security system installed the next week. Dad even talked about moving, but in this housing market, it wasn't really an option. So we stayed, and I've had to learn to live with it. I sleep with my bedroom door locked now. I check the locks on all the doors and windows obsessively. I never stay home alone if I can help it. The worst part is, I still don't know what it was. A person? Something else? I've gone over it 1,000 times in my mind, trying to convince myself it was just a burglar wearing some kind of mask. But that doesn't explain the way it moved, the way its face seemed to shift, the way its eyes glowed in my flashlight beam. Sometimes I wonder if it's still out there, watching our house, waiting for another stormy night when I might be alone again. I haven't watched a horror movie since. Don't need to. I'm living in one now, because the truth is, once you've seen something like that, once you know that the walls of your home aren't the protection you thought they were, you never really feel safe again. The shadows in my bedroom aren't just shadows anymore. Every creak isn't just the house settling. And sometimes, when I'm trying to fall asleep, I swear I can hear that scraping sound again, even when there's no storm. I don't know what was in my house that night, but I know it was real, and I know it found me once, which means it could find me again. Story 2. It was mid-July 2020, and like everyone else, I was going stir-crazy from being cooped up at home for months. The walls of my apartment felt like they were closing in on me. I needed fresh air, space, and a change of scenery. I had always enjoyed hiking and camping, so when a friend mentioned that Devil's Den State Park in Arkansas was still open for visitors, I jumped at the chance. I figured a few days of solitude in nature would do me good, clear my head, reset my nervous system. I arrived at Devil's Den around 2 in the afternoon on a Tuesday. The park wasn't crowded at all, which suited me fine. I checked in with the ranger station, got my permit, and headed to my campsite. I specifically requested something remote, away from the main areas. The ranger gave me a strange look, but didn't say anything as he assigned me to a site about 1.5 miles from the nearest occupied campground. The drive to my campsite was peaceful. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of trees, creating shifting patterns on the dirt road. I remember feeling this overwhelming sense of relief, just being away from the news, social media, and the constant pandemic updates. Little did I know what was waiting for me in those woods. I set up my tent, organized my gear, and made a small fire pit. By 5 o'clock, I had everything settled and decided to explore a bit before dark. I had a decent flashlight, a fully charged phone, and a small backpack with water and some snacks. I checked my map and planned to hike a loop trail that would bring me back to camp in about 2 hours. The trail was well marked at first, winding through thick forests and occasionally opening up to reveal stunning views of the surrounding landscape. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the path, and the whole forest seemed alive with the sounds of birds and rustling leaves. It was exactly what I needed: peaceful, natural, and so different from my apartment walls. About an hour into my hike, I noticed the trail markers becoming less frequent. I wasn't particularly concerned since I had my map and a good sense of direction. I decided to push on a little further before turning back. That's when I saw it, partially hidden among the trees, about 50 yards off the trail. A stone structure, obviously man-made, but looking ancient and out of place in the woods. My curiosity got the better of me. I veered off the trail and made my way toward the structure. As I got closer, I could see it was a small building, maybe 10 feet by 12 feet, with walls made of roughly cut stone blocks. The roof had long since collapsed, leaving the interior open to the sky. What caught my attention were the carvings on the exterior walls, intricate symbols and patterns that didn't look like anything I recognized. They weren't Native American, at least not like any I'd seen before. They seemed older somehow, more primitive yet complex at the same time. I took some photos with my phone and stepped inside the structure. The interior walls had similar carvings, but more elaborate. In the center of the dirt floor was what looked like a fire pit, surrounded by flat stones arranged in a perfect circle. The whole place gave me an uneasy feeling, but I chalked it up to the dimming light and my overactive imagination. I checked my watch. It was already past 6, and the sun was starting to set. I decided it was time to head back to camp. That's when I heard it for the first time, a soft, barely audible whisper coming from somewhere inside the stone building. I froze, listening intently. At first I thought it might be the wind or maybe some small animal, but then I heard it clearly. "Help us." The words were distinct, spoken in a hushed, desperate tone. I spun around, searching for the source. "Hello? Is someone there?" My voice sounded loud and jarring in the quiet forest. No response, just the same whispered plea, seeming to come from the very walls themselves. "Help us." My heart was pounding now. I backed out of the structure and started walking quickly toward the trail. The sun was setting faster than I'd anticipated, and the forest was growing darker by the minute. I pulled out my flashlight and picked up my pace, trying to retrace my steps to the main trail. That's when I saw the figure for the first time, standing motionless at the edge of the trees about 30 yards ahead of me. It was too dark to make out details, but it appeared to be a person, just standing there watching me. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaky. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" No response. The figure didn't move. I took a few cautious steps forward, and at that exact moment, my flashlight flickered and died. I shook it, hit it against my palm, but nothing. Complete darkness fell around me like a heavy blanket. The forest, which had seemed so peaceful earlier, now felt menacing and alive with unseen presences. The whispering started again, louder this time, and seeming to come from multiple directions. "Help us. Please help us." The voices were clearer now. Men, women, even children, all pleading in hushed, desperate tones. Panic surged through me. I turned and ran, no longer caring about finding the trail, just wanting to get away from the voices and the watching figure. Branches whipped against my face and arms as I crashed through the underbrush. I could feel something behind me, pursuing me, though I heard no footsteps other than my own. Just those whispers growing louder and more frantic. "Help us. Don't leave us. Help us! I ran until my lungs burned and my legs threatened to give out. Suddenly I broke through the trees into a small clearing bathed in moonlight. I stopped, gasping for breath, and slowly turned around, half expecting to see a crowd of ghostly figures behind me. There was nothing there, just the dark edge of the forest and the soft rustling of leaves in the night breeze. But the feeling of being watched remained. It was palpable, like a physical weight pressing against my skin. I stood there for several minutes, trying to calm my racing heart and figure out which direction to go. The moon provided enough light to see the general landscape, and I realized I was on higher ground now. In the distance, I could make out what looked like the main trail. I started moving again, more carefully this time, picking my way through the moonlit terrain toward what I hoped was the way back to my campsite. That's when I saw the figure again, standing directly in my path about 20 yards ahead. This time, in the moonlight, I could see her clearly. A woman with long, tangled hair, wearing what looked like a tattered dress that might have been white once, but was now dirty and gray. Her eyes were the most disturbing part, dark, hollow sockets that seemed to contain no light at all. She opened her mouth, and I heard her voice, not in my ears, but somehow inside my head. Help us. The sound was otherworldly, a blend of pleading and warning that made my skin crawl. I changed direction immediately, veering sharply to the right and breaking into a run again. I don't remember much of that desperate flight through the forest. Somehow, driven by pure adrenaline and terror, I found my way back to the main trail and followed it to my campsite. I half expected to find the woman or other figures waiting for me there, but the clearing was empty, my tent and gear undisturbed. I was too afraid to pack up and leave in the dark. The thought of driving those winding forest roads at night, possibly encountering that woman or whatever else might be out there, was too much. So I locked myself in my car, windows up, doors locked, and spent the most terrifying night of my life listening to those whispers drift through the trees around my campsite. Help us. Remember us. Help us. I must have dozed off at some point because I started dreaming of the woman. She was reaching out to me, her hollow eyes somehow conveying an immense sadness. Behind her were others, shadowy figures with the same pleading expressions. They weren't threatening me, they were begging for something. In the dream, I asked, "What do you want? How can I help you?" And the woman replied, "Remember us, tell our story." I woke at dawn, exhausted and disoriented. The forest was quiet, with no sign of the previous night's terror, except for the scratches on my arms and face from my panicked run through the woods. I packed up my gear in record time and was on the road before 7, driving away from Devil's Den with no intention of ever returning. But I couldn't shake the experience. Those voices, that woman, her plea, they haunted me. I started researching the history of Devil's Den State Park, digging through online archives and historical society records. What I found chilled me to the bone. In the mid-1800s, before it was a state park, the area had been home to a small community that vanished during a particularly harsh winter. Historical accounts were vague, but there were mentions of starvation, disease, and possibly something darker. Some records hinted at mass hysteria, with residents reporting being stalked by shadow people in the weeks before the community's disappearance. Over the years, there had been numerous reports of hikers going missing in the park, many more than would be expected for an area of its size. Even more disturbing were the accounts from visitors who described experiences similar to mine, whispers in the forest, sightings of a woman with hollow eyes, and overwhelming feelings of being watched. One journal entry from 1897 described finding a small stone structure with strange carvings, almost certainly the same building I had stumbled upon. The writer theorized that it had been built by the lost community as a place of worship or protection against whatever was haunting them. He wrote that after visiting the structure, he was plagued by dreams of people begging him to tell their story and remember them. The more I learned, the more convinced I became that what I had encountered were the spirits of that lost community, somehow trapped between worlds and desperate for recognition and remembrance. The realization that they weren't trying to harm me, but were pleading for help, changed everything. I don't expect everyone to believe my story. I'm not sure I would believe it myself if I hadn't lived through it. But I know what I experienced, and I know that those spirits, those people, are still there in Devil's Den, waiting for someone to remember them, to acknowledge their existence and their suffering. I've started organizing an annual memorial hike in the park, bringing together others who have had similar experiences or who simply want to honor the forgotten history of the place. Last year, as our group shared stories and lit candles at dusk near where I believe the community once stood, I heard the woman's voice again. But this time, it wasn't filled with desperation and sorrow. It was warm, almost grateful. "Thank you," she whispered, and I felt a weight lift from my shoulders that I hadn't even realized I was carrying. I still can't explain what happened to me at Devil's Den that summer. All I know is that somewhere in those woods, there are spirits trapped between worlds, and somehow, simply by remembering them and telling their story, we bring them a measure of peace. The darkness that once terrified me has become something else, a reminder that even in the most profound despair, there is hope for healing. So if you ever find yourself at Devil's Den and hear whispers in the forest, or glimpse a figure watching from the trees, don't run away. Listen, remember, and maybe, in your own way, help them find the peace they've been seeking for so long. Story 3. I've been a cop in Pinewood for 12 years. It's a quiet town, the kind of place where everyone knows each other, and the most excitement we usually get is breaking up the occasional teenage party or dealing with minor traffic accidents. I've never been the superstitious type. Ghost stories, urban legends, that stuff was always just entertainment to me, until 3 weeks ago. It was a warm summer night around 11:30. I was doing my usual patrol on the outskirts of town, where the roads twist through those dense woods that separate us from the next county over. The radio had been quiet all night, and I was thinking about stopping for coffee when the call came in. Unit 4, we've got a report of a suspicious vehicle near the old Carter place. Caller says they saw headlights and the vehicle hasn't moved for about an hour. I acknowledged the call and made a U-turn. The Carter farmhouse had been abandoned since the 80s when the family vanished without a trace. 4 people, just gone. No bodies, no evidence of foul play, nothing. Their dinner was still on the table when police checked the property. Ever since then, local kids have made up all kinds of stories about the place being haunted. I'd driven past it hundreds of times and never gave it a second thought. When I pulled up to the property, I spotted a rusted blue pickup truck parked at an angle near the front gate. It wasn't exactly hidden, but it wasn't clearly visible from the main road either. I called in the plate and approached with my flashlight drawn. The driver's side door was slightly ajar, and the keys were still in the ignition. No sign of the driver. I swept my light across the ground and noticed fresh footprints in the mud leading toward the house. It had rained earlier that day, so they were clearly defined. Single set, probably male based on the size, heading straight for the farmhouse. Dispatch, I'm going to check the residence. Possible trespassing. Vehicle appears abandoned. Looking back, I wish I'd waited for backup. But nothing about this seemed particularly dangerous. Just some idiot probably looking to party in the haunted house or steal copper wiring. The farmhouse was exactly what you'd expect after 40 years of abandonment. Peeling paint, broken windows, overgrown vegetation. The front door was hanging half off its hinges. As I stepped inside, the floorboards creaked under my weight. The air was thick with dust and the smell of mildew. What struck me as odd was that most of the furniture was still there, covered in yellowed white sheets, like the family had just stepped out and planned to come back. I called out, identifying myself as police and asking if anyone was there. My voice echoed through the empty rooms. No response. The footprints continued across the dusty floor, heading toward the back of the house. I followed them through what must have been the living room, past the kitchen where dishes were still piled in the sink after all these years. The tracks led directly to a door under the staircase, the basement. I'll admit, that's when I started feeling uneasy. Something about basements already creeps me out, and this one was in an abandoned house with a disturbing history. But I'm a professional. I've dealt with domestic disputes, drug addicts, even armed suspects. A creepy basement shouldn't have bothered me. I opened the door slowly, shining my light down a steep set of wooden stairs. The footprints continued down. The basement was pitch black beyond the reach of my flashlight beam. The air coming up from below was surprisingly cold compared to the stuffy heat of the main floor. That's when I heard it, a whisper, so faint I thought I might have imagined it. "Help me." It sounded like it came from somewhere behind me. I turned quickly, sweeping my light around the empty hallway. "Police, who's there?" Nothing, just the settling of the old house. I turned back toward the basement, and that's when everything went to hell. The door slammed shut behind me with such force that I was thrown forward onto the stairs. I tumbled down about 5 or 6 steps before catching myself on the railing. I scrambled back up to the door and grabbed the handle. It wouldn't budge, not stuck, locked, from the outside. How was that even possible? There was no one else in the house. My radio crackled with static when I tried to call for backup. Nothing but white noise. Then my flashlight flickered and died. I've never experienced darkness like that. Complete, absolute darkness that seemed to press against my eyeballs. I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face. I still had my service weapon, but I hesitated to fire it just to create light. The whisper came again, closer this time, somewhere on the stairs below me. "Help! Me!" I drew my gun and fired a warning shot into the ceiling, hoping the noise might scare off whoever was down there. The flash from the muzzle briefly illuminated the staircase, and that's when I saw it. Standing at the bottom of the stairs was a figure, tall, impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. In that split second of light, I saw its face. Hollow eyes sunk deep into a gaunt face, and a wide, twisted grin that stretched literally from ear to ear. I fired again, this time directly at the figure. Another flash. It was closer now, halfway up the stairs, but there was no indication my bullet had hit anything. I emptied my clip, firing wildly down the stairs. Each flash showed the figure getting closer, moving in those microseconds of darkness between shots. In the final flash, it was directly in front of me, that grinning face inches from mine, those hollow eyes staring into me. Then my flashlight came back on. The figure was gone. The basement door was wide open behind me. I ran up those stairs faster than I've ever moved in my life, through the house and out the front door. I was gasping for breath, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The pickup truck was gone. So was my cruiser. I stood there in the driveway for what felt like hours, unable to process what had happened. Eventually, I walked to the main road and flagged down a passing motorist who called it in. When backup arrived 20 minutes later, they found me sitting on the side of the road. I must have looked insane, covered in dust and cobwebs, wild-eyed, my empty service weapon still clutched in my hand. We searched the property together. No truck, no footprints. But the worst part, there was no basement door. The area under the stairs was just a small closet with cleaning supplies. My colleagues looked at me like I was losing my mind when I insisted there had been a basement. The dispatcher had no record of a reported suspicious vehicle, no record of my radio calls from the property. My cruiser was found parked at a gas station 2 miles away. The security footage showed me parking it there and walking away, except I have no memory of doing that. They did a psychiatric evaluation. They tested me for drugs. They suggested I was overworked and had experienced some kind of stress-induced hallucination. They put me on administrative leave. But I know what I saw. I know what I experienced. 2 weeks later, my partner Lisa went missing. Her last known location, according to her cruiser's GPS, the road near the Carter farmhouse. When they searched the property again, they found nothing, no trace of her. I've tried to tell them. I've tried to explain. But how do you explain something like this? How do you convince people that there's something in that house, something that shouldn't exist, something that can change the very structure of the building, something that can make people disappear? I've been researching the Carter family disappearance, looking for any connection to what happened to me. Yesterday, I found an old newspaper clipping with a picture of the family. The father was tall and thin with hollow cheeks and deep-set eyes. The caption said he'd moved to Pinewood from Eastern Europe just a year before the family vanished. I drive by that house every day now, even though I'm not supposed to be working. I park across the road and watch. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I think I see movement behind those broken windows. Sometimes I think I hear whispers carried on the wind. Lisa has been missing for 5 days now. Nobody believes me when I tell them where to look. Nobody believes there's a basement in that house. They think I'm traumatized, delusional. But I know the truth. And I know that sooner or later, that thing is going to come for me too. I hear whispers at night now, even in my own home. I've started seeing that twisted grin in my dreams. I've found muddy footprints on my porch in the morning, footprints that lead nowhere. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to fight something I can't even understand. All I know is that whatever took the Carter family 40 years ago is still there, still hungry, and now it knows my name. Story 4. I still can't sleep through the night. It's been 8 months since that night at the old Whispering Pines train station, but every time I close my eyes, I hear those damn whispers. My therapist says writing this down might help, so here goes. I transferred to Oak Hollow PD last year after 12 years with Seattle PD. The burnout was real. Too many homicides, too many grieving families, too many sleepless nights. When the position opened up in this tiny town of 5,000 people nestled between mountains and forests, it seemed perfect. Small town, minimal crime, beautiful scenery, the kind of place where you know everyone's name, and the biggest problem is teenagers drinking in the woods on weekends. For the first few months, it was exactly what I needed. My blood pressure dropped, I started sleeping better, even picked up fishing. My partner, Ron Daniels, was a local guy who'd been with the department for 20 years. He knew every family, every business, and every shortcut through town. We mostly dealt with speeding tickets, the occasional domestic dispute, and directing traffic when the high school football team had home games. That all changed on October 23rd. It started with a call about strange lights at the abandoned Whispering Pines station on the edge of town. The place had been closed for decades, since the new station was built closer to town in the 90s. Most locals avoided it. Ron told me kids used to dare each other to spend the night there. But that stopped after some accident in the early 2000s that no one seemed willing to talk about. The fog was rolling in thick that evening, the kind that muffles sound and makes the world feel smaller. The station sat about half a mile down an overgrown access road, partially hidden by towering pine trees. Even from the road, I could tell it was once a beautiful building, all dark wood and Victorian design elements, though now the paint was peeling and several windows were broken. "Probably just kids," Ron said as we pulled up, but something in his voice didn't sound convinced. The front door was unlocked, hanging slightly open. The hinges creaked as I pushed it wider, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The foyer was grand but decayed, peeling wallpaper, dusty floors, old ticket counters covered in graffiti. "Oak Hollow PD," I called, out. "Anyone here?" Ron and I separated to cover more ground. I took the main waiting area while he checked the office spaces. The place was eerily silent except for the occasional drip of water from somewhere in the ceiling and the creaking of the old wood floors beneath my feet. That's when I heard it. A soft sobbing coming from the far end of the main hall. My flashlight beam landed on her, a young woman sitting on one of the few remaining benches. Her clothes were dirty and torn, her dark hair hanging in tangles around her face. When she looked up, her eyes were bloodshot from crying. "Thank God you're here," she said, her voice shaking. "Please help me. He won't let me leave." I approached slowly, hand near my gun. "Who won't let you leave? Are you hurt?" She stood up, glancing nervously toward the darkened hallway behind her. "Please, we need to go now. He'll come back." Before I could ask another question, the temperature in the room plummeted. I'm not talking about a slight chill. I mean it dropped so fast I could see my breath clouding in front of me. The woman's eyes widened in terror. "He's coming," she whispered. The lights in the station, which shouldn't have been working at all, began to flicker. On, off, on, off. My flashlight beam wavered, growing dimmer with each flicker. I reached for the woman's arm. "Come with me now." But as my fingers were about to touch her, the lights went completely out. My flashlight died simultaneously. In that moment of total darkness, I felt a rush of cold air past me, heard a sound like fabric tearing, and then a scream that cut off abruptly. When my flashlight flickered back to life seconds later, she was gone, completely gone. The bench where she'd been sitting was empty, with no doors or exits nearby she could have used to escape so quickly. "Ron!" I shouted, my voice echoing through the empty station. "Ron, get in here!" He came running, gun drawn. "What happened?" I heard a scream. There was a woman here, young dark hair, distressed. She vanished when the lights went out. We searched every inch of that waiting area. No sign of her. No footprints in the dust leading away. Nothing. "Jake, are you sure you saw someone?" Ron asked, not unkindly. "This place plays tricks on people. The acoustics are weird, and with the fog outside." "I know what I saw, Ron. She was right here, talking to me." He didn't argue, but I could tell he wasn't convinced. We continued searching the station, room by room, finding nothing but decay and abandonment, until we reached the basement. The door leading down was heavy iron, the kind used for fire safety in old buildings. It should have been locked, but it swung open at my touch. The stairwell was pitch black, and even our flashlights seemed dimmer as we descended. The basement was a maze of storage rooms and old maintenance areas. As we turned a corner, we both stopped dead in our tracks. In the center of what appeared to be an old boiler room sat an oil lamp, burning brightly. The flame danced steadily, casting long shadows across the walls. "Who the hell lit that?" Ron whispered. I approached it carefully. The lamp looked antique, the brass polished despite the layer of dust covering everything else in the room. There was no sign anyone had been there recently, no footprints in the dust except our own. That's when we heard the whispers. They seemed to come from the walls themselves, multiple voices speaking so softly I couldn't make out the words. Just a constant, urgent murmuring that made the hairs on my arms stand up. Ron's face went pale. "We need to go, now." I didn't argue. We backed out of that room, the whispers following us all the way to the stairs. Neither of us spoke until we were back in the patrol car, the station receding in the rearview mirror. "What the hell was that?" I finally asked. Ron was quiet for a long moment. "Look, there are stories about that place. Bad things happened there over the years. Train accidents, suicides on the platform, a station master who went crazy and killed his family back in the 40s. Most folks in town prefer not to talk about it." "And you didn't think to mention this before we went in?" He shrugged uncomfortably. "Didn't think it mattered. It's just local superstition." I filed a report that night, noting the trespassing, the mysterious lamp, and yes, the woman I'd seen. I didn't mention the whispers or the temperature drop. Some things you just know will get you sent to a department shrink. 2 days later, 16-year-old Emily Winters disappeared. Last seen walking home from a friend's house, a route that would have taken her past the old station. The whole department mobilized. Search parties combed the woods. Volunteers put up flyers. Her parents appeared on local news, begging for information. 48 hours of searching turned up nothing. Something kept pulling me back to that station. The woman I'd seen, her terrified eyes. "He won't let me leave." Those words kept echoing in my head. Without telling anyone, I went back to Whispering Pines alone. Daylight didn't make the place any less ominous. If anything, it highlighted the decay, the sense of abandonment. I went straight to the basement, gun drawn this time. The oil lamp was gone, but the whispers started the moment I entered the boiler room. Louder now, almost comprehensible. "Emily," I called out. "Emily Winters, are you here?" The whispers suddenly stopped. Complete silence fell, more unnerving than the sounds had been. Then a single voice, a girl's voice, whispered directly behind me. "Help me." I spun around to find Emily Winters standing there. Her clothes were filthy, her face streaked with dirt and tears. She looked like she'd been in that basement for weeks, not hours. "Emily, I'm Officer Turner. I'm here to help you." I reached for her slowly, afraid she might vanish like the woman before. This time my hand connected with solid flesh. She was real. She collapsed against me, sobbing, her body frail and cold. "He kept me in the dark," she whispered. "He said I had to stay, like the others." I carried her up the stairs and out of that station as fast as I could, called for backup and an ambulance from my car. Emily was severely dehydrated but otherwise physically unharmed. The doctors couldn't explain how she'd become so malnourished in just 48 hours. I became obsessed with that station after that, spent my off hours researching its history in the town archives. What I found was disturbing. The station had been at the center of Oak Hollow's darkest moments. A 1923 train derailment that killed 37 people, a series of unexplained disappearances in the 50s, 3 separate murder-suicides between 1965 and 1972, all station employees. The accident Ron had mentioned, a teenager found hanging from the rafters in 2003, though many suspected it wasn't suicide. In a dusty photo album from the town's centennial celebration, I found a picture that stopped my heart. Standing on the platform of the newly built Whispering Pines station in 1889 was a woman with dark hair and hollow eyes, the same woman I'd seen in the waiting room. I went back one more time, alone, against every protocol and against all common sense, but I needed answers. The station felt different that night, expectant, waiting. The air inside was already ice cold, and the whispers started the moment I stepped through the door. She was there in the waiting room, just like before, but this time she wasn't pretending to be human. Her form flickered like a bad television signal, her feet hovering slightly above the floor. "You came back," she said, her voice echoing strangely. "They always come back." "Who are you?" I demanded, my hand on my gun, though I doubted it would do any good. "I have been here since the beginning," she said, "since they built this place on sacred ground, since they spilled the first blood to lay these tracks." She drifted closer, and I could see through her now to the wall behind. "The souls of the missing remain here as punishment for the sins of this town, for the massacre they pretend never happened." "What massacre?" My voice was barely a whisper now. "Before the railroad, before the town, the settlers came and the native people died. Hundreds buried in a mass grave beneath these tracks. Their suffering feeds me. Their anger sustains me." The temperature dropped even further. Ice crystals formed on the windows. The whispers grew louder, coming from every direction now. "You will join them," she said, reaching for me with translucent fingers. "Your soul will feed the darkness like all the others." I backed away, but hit a wall that shouldn't have been there. The station was changing around me, rooms shifting, darkness closing in. The whispers became screams, hundreds of voices crying out in pain and rage. Something grabbed my ankle. Looking down, I saw hands emerging from the floor, decayed skeletal hands reaching up to drag me down. I fired my gun into the floor, the muzzle flash momentarily pushing back the darkness. The ghost woman shrieked, a sound so piercing I felt blood trickle from my ear. Then, through the window, a bright light cut through the darkness. Car headlights. Someone was coming up the access road. The light seemed to weaken whatever hold the station had. The hands retreated into the floor, and the woman's form became more transparent. "This isn't over," she hissed as she faded. "This town belongs to us, to the darkness. We will have our vengeance." I ran. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I ran from that station and didn't look back. The car on the access road turned out to be Ron, who'd gotten worried when he couldn't reach me. I never told him exactly what happened inside, just that I'd found evidence of squatters and we should board the place up, which we did the very next day. The town council finally approved demolition of the old station last month. They're planning to build a memorial park there instead. But I know it won't make a difference. You can't erase that kind of darkness with bulldozers and fresh concrete. I still feel it when I drive past that spot. A pull, like the station is calling to me, waiting for me to come back. Some places are never truly abandoned. They just wait patiently for their next victim. And I know, deep down, that someday I'll answer that call again, because the whispers never really stop. They just get quieter for a while. Story 5. I've never told this story publicly before. It's been 6 months since that night, and I still wake up in cold sweats with the sound of that scream echoing in my head. I'm only sharing this now because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. I've been with the Harrow County Sheriff's Department for 11 years now. I've seen my share of ugly situations, domestics gone wrong, fatal accidents on Route 16, even a couple of homicides. But nothing prepared me for what happened at Morton Mill. It was a Thursday night in February, unusually cold even for our area. I was working the graveyard shift alone because we were short-staffed. Martinez was out with the flu, and we're a small department as it is. Around 2 in the morning, I got a call about a possible intruder at the old Morton Mill on the edge of town. For context, the mill's been abandoned since the early 90s. The place is a magnet for teenagers looking to party, homeless people seeking shelter, and occasionally meth heads. Normally, I'd call for backup before heading out there. But like I said, we were short-staffed, and these calls usually turn out to be nothing. The mill sits about half a mile off the main road, surrounded by dense woods. As I pulled up the dirt access road, my headlights caught the silhouette of the building against the night sky. It's this massive 3-story, brick structure with broken windows and a partially collapsed roof. The county's been trying to get it demolished for years, but there's always some historical preservation issue or budget problem that gets in the way. I parked about 50 yards from the entrance and radioed in my position. The dispatcher, Diane, who's been there longer than me, acknowledged and told me to be careful. I remember thinking how quiet it was as I got out of my cruiser. No wind, no animals, just this heavy silence that seemed to press in from all sides. I grabbed my mag light and approached the building, scanning for signs of forced entry or activity. The main door was already hanging off its hinges, so anyone could walk right in. I announced myself, Sheriff's Department, and listened for a response. Nothing. The first floor of the mill is basically one huge room with support columns, old machinery parts, and years of accumulated trash. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing graffiti-covered walls and debris-strewn floors. I noticed fresh footprints in the dust, so someone had definitely been there recently. I continued my sweep, checking behind larger equipment and in corners where someone might hide. That's when I noticed something odd, a faint bluish light flickering from the back of the building. It wasn't steady like a flashlight. It pulsed in an irregular pattern, almost like a faulty neon sign. Looking back, this is where I should have called for backup. Something about that light felt wrong, but 11 years of routine calls had dulled my instincts, I guess. I moved toward the light, my boots crunching on broken glass and debris. As I got closer, the light grew dimmer until it suddenly vanished completely when I was about 20 feet away. I stood there for a moment, confused, wondering if I had imagined it. Then I heard it, a soft, rasping whisper that seemed to come from above me. At first, I thought it might be the wind coming through a broken window, but there was no wind that night. I tilted my head back and raised my flashlight toward the ceiling. What I saw next is burned into my memory. Perched on one of the wooden beams about 15 feet up was what I can only describe as a figure. It was vaguely human-shaped, but wrong in every possible way. Its limbs were too long, too thin, bent at impossible angles. The skin, if you can call it that, was a grayish-white, stretched tight over a skeletal frame. But it was the face that hit me hardest. Those eyes, they glowed with the same bluish light I'd seen earlier, and its mouth was stretched into this wide, unnatural grin that extended far beyond where a human mouth should end. I froze. 11 years of training and experience, and I just stood there, unable to move or speak. The thing tilted its head at an angle that would break a human neck, and then it spoke. The voice didn't come from the figure, though. It seemed to emanate from everywhere at once, including inside my own head. "Officer Thompson," it said. Not a question, a statement. It knew my name. I never introduced myself. My name badge was covered by my winter jacket. That broke my paralysis. I drew my weapon and pointed it at the figure, telling it to come down with its hands visible. The thing just tilted its head further, that smile never faltering. "You don't belong here," it said, in that same impossible voice. "Not yet." I fired a warning shot into the ceiling about 6 feet from where it was perched. The sound was deafening in the enclosed space, echoing off the walls. When the echo faded and my eyes readjusted after the muzzle flash, the beam was empty. The figure was gone. My flashlight began to flicker, and the temperature dropped so suddenly I could see my breath fogging in front of me. It had been cold before, but this was different. A bone-deep chill that seemed to freeze me from the inside out. Then came the growl. It started as a low rumble that I could feel more than hear, vibrating through the floor and up into my bones. It grew louder, deeper, until it seemed to fill the entire building. There was nothing animal about this sound. It was like the mill itself was growling at me. The growl shifted, rising in pitch until it became a scream. Not a human scream. Nothing human could make that sound. It pierced through my skull, seemed to reverberate inside my brain. I dropped my flashlight and weapon, clutching at my ears, but it didn't help. The scream wasn't coming from outside. It was somehow inside my head. That's the last clear memory I have from inside the mill. The next thing I remember is being outside, on my knees in the gravel parking area, gasping for breath. My gun was holstered, my flashlight back on my belt. I had no recollection of picking them up or walking out. My first thought was that I'd had some kind of episode, maybe a panic attack or hallucination brought on by exhaustion. I'd been pulling double shifts that week, but then I noticed 2 things that shot that theory to hell. First, my watch had stopped at exactly 3:03 in the morning. It's a good watch, never had problems before. Second, my radio was dead. Not just out of range or low battery, completely dead, like the electronics had been fried. I made it back to my cruiser and tried the radio there. Nothing but static. I started the engine and drove back to the station as fast as I could, trying to make sense of what had happened. When I walked into the station, Diane looked at me like she'd seen a ghost. "Thompson, where the hell have you been? We've been trying to reach you for hours." According to the wall clock, it was just past 6 in the morning. Somehow, 3 hours had passed that I couldn't account for. I tried to explain what happened, but even as the words came out, I could hear how crazy it all sounded. Diane called the chief, and they decided I should go home, get some rest, and come back the next day to file a proper report. I didn't sleep. How could I? Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that thing's face, that impossible grin. I kept hearing that voice saying my name. The next morning, I convinced my partner Garrett to come with me back to the mill. I needed to prove to myself that what I'd seen was real, or at least find some rational explanation for it. The mill looked different in daylight, less menacing, just an old, decaying building. But as soon as we entered, I knew something was wrong. The layout was the same, but details were off. The graffiti patterns were different. A section of the roof that had been collapsed the night before was now intact. Equipment that I distinctly remembered seeing was missing, replaced by machinery I didn't recognize. Garrett noticed my confusion. "You okay, Jack? You look like you've seen a ghost." I tried to explain the discrepancies, but he just shrugged. "Place has been abandoned for 30 years, probably just remembering it wrong." We searched the entire building, including the upper floors. No sign of anything unusual. No evidence that anything had happened the night before. The beam where I'd seen the figure was there, but there was no bullet hole in the ceiling where I'd fired my warning shot. When we got back to the station, I checked the log. According to official records, I had responded to a call at the mill, reported finding nothing suspicious, and then gone off radio for almost 3 hours before returning to the station. The chief suggested I take a few days off, get checked out by a doctor. He was concerned I'd had some kind of stress reaction. I did get checked out. Physical exam, psychological evaluation, the works. Everything came back normal, but I know what I saw. I know what I experienced. It's been 6 months now. I haven't been back to the mill, and I've requested never to be sent there alone again. The chief thinks I had some kind of breakdown, and maybe he's right. But my watch still doesn't work. It's stuck at 3:03, and no watchmaker can figure out why. Sometimes at night, when I'm almost asleep, I hear that whisper again. And sometimes, not often, but sometimes, I catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, a too tall, too thin figure that vanishes when I turn to look directly at it. I don't know what was in that mill. I don't know if it was some kind of entity or a hallucination or something else entirely. All I know is that for a few hours that night, I experienced something beyond normal reality. And whatever it was, I think it's still watching me. I'm writing this because I need to know if anyone else has experienced anything similar at Morton Mill or anywhere in Harrow County. I need to know if I'm going crazy or if there really are things in this world that we can't explain. Things that exist just beyond the edge of what we understand, waiting for us to stumble into their realm. Story 6. I've been putting off writing about this for years now. Even typing this makes my hands shake a little. I don't care if you believe me or not, but I need to get this off my chest. This happened about 7 years ago when I was working the night shift at a Walmart in rural Arkansas. It's not exactly where I pictured myself at 23, but the pay was decent, and jobs weren't exactly growing on trees out there. The night shift ran from 10 at night to 6 in the morning. Our crew was small, just me, Kim, Rick, and our night manager, Don. Kim was this middle-aged woman with 2 kids in high school, super nice but constantly exhausted. Rick was around my age, kind of quiet, always had his headphones in during breaks. Don was in his 50s, had been with the company forever, and took his job way too seriously, but he was fair. Usually, the night shift was mind-numbingly boring. We'd stock shelves, clean up, do inventory, all the stuff that needed to happen while the store was mostly empty. We'd get the occasional drunk customer or someone, grabbing baby formula at 3 in the morning, but that was about as exciting as it got. This particular night started like any other. I clocked in at 9:55, grabbed a Red Bull from the fridge, and met up with the others near the employee entrance. Don handed out our assignments for the night. I was on restocking duty in the grocery section, specifically aisles 7 through 12. The first couple hours went by normally. I wheeled around my cart, putting cereal boxes on shelves while listening to a podcast through one earbud, technically against the rules, but Don usually looked the other way. Around 1 in the morning, I hit aisle 9, canned goods and pasta. That's when I first felt it. I know how this sounds, but it was like someone was watching me. You know that feeling where the hairs on your neck stand up? It was like that, but worse. I pulled out my earbud and looked around. The aisle was empty, but that feeling wouldn't go away. I tried to shake it off and kept working, but my hands were getting clammy. I kept glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. I'm not usually jumpy, but something felt seriously wrong. Then I saw it, Just for a split second, a shadow moved across the far end of the aisle. Not like when someone walks past the end of an aisle and their shadow stretches across. This was different. It was like the shadow itself was moving independently. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded way too loud in the quiet store. No answer. I walked to the end of the aisle and looked in both directions. Nothing. The store was eerily quiet except for the constant hum of the refrigerators and the faint Walmart radio playing some old 80s song. I figured it must have been Rick or Kim passing by, so I went back to stocking cans of corn. But that feeling of being watched wouldn't go away. It felt like someone was standing right behind me, breathing down my neck. Every time I turned around, there was nothing there. I started working faster, wanting to get out of that aisle as quickly as possible. I was almost done when I heard a soft shuffling sound behind me. I spun around and, I swear to God, I saw a dark shape move from one side of the aisle to the other. It wasn't clearly defined, just a mass of darkness that seemed to glide rather than walk. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I abandoned my cart and speed walked to find Don. I found him in the office doing paperwork. "Hey, is there anyone else in the store right now? Besides us, I mean," I asked, trying to sound casual. Don looked up from his clipboard. "Just a couple customers up front. Why?" "I think someone might be messing around in the grocery section. I keep seeing something moving in aisle 9. Don sighed and put down his clipboard. "Probably just some kid. I'll check the cameras." I followed him to the security office, where Rick was already sitting, eating a sandwich. The security room was tiny, with monitors showing different sections of the store. Don sat down and started clicking through the camera feeds until he found aisle 9. "See anything weird?" he asked, squinting at the screen. I watched the monitor, showing the aisle I'd just been in. My abandoned cart was still there, but nothing else seemed out of place. "Rewind it maybe? To like 15 minutes ago when I was stocking there." Don clicked some buttons, and the footage started playing backward. Then he set it to normal speed. There I was, putting cans on shelves, occasionally looking over my shoulder like a nervous wreck. "There," I pointed at the screen. "Right there, watch." On the monitor, a tall, thin shadow moved across the aisle, heading straight toward me on the video. But here's the thing. There was no source for that shadow. No person, no object moving, nothing. Just darkness shaped vaguely like a person, sliding across the floor and wall. In the video, I had my back turned and didn't see it approaching. Then, just before I turned around, the shadow disappeared. Rick dropped his sandwich. "What the actual hell was that?" Don rewound and played it again. Same thing. A shadow with no source moving toward me, then vanishing. "Could be a glitch in the camera," Don said, but he didn't sound convinced. His face had gone pale. We checked the other cameras. Nothing unusual in the surrounding aisles. Kim walked into the security room, asking what we were all looking at. Don showed her the footage, and she immediately crossed herself, even though I'd never seen her do anything remotely religious before. "I'm not going back there," she said firmly. Don tried to play it cool. "Look, it's probably just a weird camera thing. But let's stick together for the rest of the shift, all right? Safety in numbers." We agreed and went back to work, but nobody would go near aisle 9. We worked on other sections, always making sure we could see at least one other person. The feeling of being watched had spread, like whatever was in aisle 9 had noticed we were avoiding it. Around 3 in the morning, we were all up front, reorganizing the impulse buy items near the registers when we heard screaming. A customer, one of the few night owls shopping at that hour, came running from the grocery section, leaving behind a basket of items. "What happened?" Don asked, trying to calm the guy down. The man was shaking, pointing toward the entrance. "The doors! Look at the doors!" We all turned to look at the automatic doors at the front of the store. They were opening and closing on their own, over and over, with no one near them. Not slowly, like a malfunction, but rapidly, violently even. The sensors shouldn't have been detecting anything. The customer bolted out the next time the doors opened, practically diving through them. Can't say I blamed him. Don went to check the doors, messing with the sensor. They suddenly stopped their erratic movement and went back to normal. "Must be a malfunction," he said, but none of us believed it. Kim was near tears. "I want to go home." "We can't just leave," Don said. "We've got 4 more hours on shift." Rick, who hardly ever spoke, suddenly said, "Did anyone check the camera footage of the doors?" Back to the security office we went. Don pulled up the front entrance camera and rewound to the doors, going crazy. What we saw made my blood run cold. The doors were opening and closing on their own, but in the footage you could see why. That same shadow, tall, thin, human-shaped but not quite right, was passing back and forth through the doors. Each time it passed, the doors reacted as if a real person was walking through. But it was just darkness, moving with purpose. "I quit," Kim said quietly. Don ran his hand through his thinning hair. "We can't all just leave. Corporate would have my ass." "Then what do we do?" I asked. Don took a deep breath. "We stay together, all of us. We do what work we can in the most open, well-lit areas. And we avoid aisle 9 completely." So that's what we did. We stuck to the clothing department, folding and refolding the same shirts over and over, jumping at every little sound. The remaining few hours of our shift crawled by. None of us talked much. What was there to say? We'd all seen it, something impossible. When 6 a.m. finally came, we practically sprinted to clock out. The morning shift workers must have thought we were crazy, all pale and jumpy. None of us said goodbye to each other. We just wanted to get the hell out of there. I called in sick the next day. So did Kim. When I finally went back 2 days later, I put in my 2 weeks' notice. Kim had already quit. Rick had put in for a transfer to another store. Only Don stayed, but he kept the security office locked at all times after that. I never went back to that Walmart after my last day. Found a job at a hardware store in the next town over. But I still think about what we saw. Sometimes I convince myself it was just a weird camera glitch, combined with late-night exhaustion and too much caffeine. But deep down, I know better. What bothers me most isn't what we saw. It's what we didn't see. Where did that shadow come from? Where did it go? Was it following me specifically in aisle 9, or was I just the unlucky one who noticed it? And most disturbing of all, is it still there, sliding between the aisles of that rural Arkansas Walmart, watching the night shift workers with whatever passes for eyes in something made of darkness? I don't know if anyone else has experienced something similar in that store. I've never had the courage to ask. But sometimes when I'm in a big store late at night, I find myself avoiding the canned goods aisle, just in case. Story 7. I still can't fully explain what happened to me 3 years ago in the Appalachian Mountains. I've tried talking to therapists, friends, even a paranormal researcher once, but I always end up sounding crazy. This is my first time writing it all down. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar. It was May of 2019, right after I graduated college. I was feeling lost about my future and needed some time alone to clear my head. I'd always loved hiking, but had never done a solo overnight trip before. The Appalachians in West Virginia seemed perfect, beautiful, somewhat remote. but not so dangerous that a reasonably experienced hiker couldn't manage alone. I packed light: one-person tent, sleeping bag, portable stove, freeze-dried meals, water filter, first aid kit, the usual stuff. My plan was to do a 3-day loop on one of the less traveled trails. Nothing extreme, just enough to disconnect and think. The first day went perfectly. The weather was amazing, sunny but cool, maybe mid-60s. The trail was challenging enough to keep my mind occupied, but not so difficult that I was struggling. I saw a couple of day hikers in the morning, but by afternoon, I hadn't seen another person for hours. The solitude felt exactly like what I needed. Around 6 in the evening, I started looking for a campsite. The sun wasn't setting yet, but I wanted to have everything set up before dark. I found this perfect little clearing about 50 yards off the main trail. Flat ground, protected by trees, but open enough that I could see the stars. There was even a little circle of stones where someone had obviously had a fire before. Setting up camp took no time. I pitched my tent, filtered some water from a small stream nearby, and collected firewood. By 7:30, I had a nice little fire going and was heating up my sad little pouch of beef stroganoff for dinner. That's when I first noticed something felt off. It wasn't anything I could pinpoint at first. Just this crawling sensation on the back of my neck, like I was being watched. I kept glancing around, expecting to see another hiker or maybe a deer, but there was nothing. Just trees and growing shadows as the sun started to dip behind the mountains. I tried to shake it off. I'd spent enough time in the woods to know your mind can play tricks on you when you're alone. I focused on my food, scrolled through some photos I'd taken that day, normal stuff to distract myself. Then I heard it for the first time, whispering. It was so faint at first that I thought it was just the wind through the leaves. But there was barely any breeze that evening. I stopped eating and just listened. The sound seemed to come from all directions at once, like it was circling my campsite. Not English, not any language I could recognize, just this continuous stream of soft, urgent murmuring. I called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" My voice sounded way too loud in the quiet forest. The whispering stopped immediately. I told myself I was being stupid, probably just the stream nearby or some kind of bird or insect I wasn't familiar with, but I couldn't shake this growing sense of unease. I finished my dinner quickly and decided to get in my tent early with my Kindle. Reading usually calms me down. I must have dozed off while reading because I woke up suddenly to a loud crash. It sounded like something heavy had fallen not far from my tent. My watch said it was 11:17 at night. I sat up, heart pounding, and listened. The forest was completely silent for maybe 30 seconds. Then the humming began. It wasn't like the whispering from before. This was a single voice, melodic and strangely beautiful. A woman's voice, I thought, though I couldn't be sure. It seemed to be coming from deeper in the forest, away from the trail. I should have stayed in my tent. Everything I've ever read about hiking safety tells you not to wander off in the dark. But that humming, it felt like it was calling specifically to me. I grabbed my flashlight and jacket and unzipped the tent. The night was much colder than I expected, and incredibly clear. The moon was nearly full, casting everything in this weird bluish light. The humming was clearer outside, floating through the trees like it wanted me to follow it. And God help me, I did. I followed the sound deeper into the forest, away from my campsite, away from the trail. My flashlight beam bounced between trees as I picked my way carefully over roots and rocks. I must have walked for about 15 minutes, going uphill most of the way. The humming got louder, more insistent. Then I broke through some underbrush and found myself in another clearing, one I'm still not convinced should have been there. In the center was a large, flat stone about the size of a dining table. Even in the moonlight, I could see it was covered in carvings, spirals, strange symbols, things that looked like stick figures but not quite human. And they seemed to be glowing? Not brightly, just a faint luminescence that pulsed slightly, like it was breathing. I moved closer, fascinated and terrified at the same time. As I reached the edge of the stone, my flashlight flickered and went dead. I shook it, hit it against my palm. Nothing. And that's when the whispering started again, louder than before, all around me. "Help us." Those words were clear in English, right next to my ear. I spun around but saw no one. The whispering increased, dozens of voices overlapping, most in that strange language from before, but occasionally English phrases broke through. "So long waiting. See us. Cold here." I backed away from the stone, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The carvings pulsed brighter, and I swear the stone itself vibrated slightly. The air felt thick, like right before a thunderstorm, making it hard to breathe. That's when I completely lost it. I turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping my face and arms. I had no flashlight, just the moonlight filtering through the trees. I fell twice, scraping my hands and knees badly the second time, but I barely felt it. All I could focus on was getting away from that stone and those voices. By some miracle, I found my way back to my campsite. The fire had burned down to embers. I burst into my tent, zipped it up, and huddled in my sleeping bag, shaking uncontrollably. The whispering had stopped, but I could still hear that humming, very faint now, drifting through the trees. I didn't sleep at all. I just sat there clutching my useless flashlight, which started working again as soon as I got back to camp, by the way, and my pocket knife, waiting for dawn. As soon as there was enough light to see, I packed up everything and practically ran back to the trailhead. I was in my car driving away by 7 in the morning. For weeks afterward, I tried to convince myself it had been some kind of waking dream or hallucination. Maybe I'd eaten something bad or was more exhausted than I realized. But deep down, I knew what I'd experienced was real. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I started researching the area where I'd been hiking. I found some old articles about hikers who had gone missing in those mountains back in the 1970s and 80s. Not a huge number, but enough to notice a pattern. And here's the thing that sent chills down my spine. Several hikers who were found said they had followed singing or voices off the trail before getting lost. I dug deeper and discovered the area had significant Native American history. The local tribes considered certain parts of those mountains sacred, places where the boundary between worlds was thin. They told stories of ancestor spirits who would call out to the living, sometimes to warn them, sometimes to seek help. I became obsessed. I joined online forums about Appalachian folklore and paranormal experiences in the region. I found a few accounts similar to mine, people hearing whispers or humming, some even describing a stone with carvings. Most were quickly dismissed as campfire tales or the overactive imagination of solo hikers. But I knew what I'd heard, what I'd seen. 3 months later, I convinced 2 friends to go back with me. They thought I was crazy, but humored me because they were worried about my growing obsession. We hiked to the same area where I'd camped before. I recognized the clearing immediately, though finding the stone clearing again proved harder in daylight. We searched for hours. My friends were getting frustrated, suggesting we head back before dark. But just as the sun was starting to set, I spotted a familiar configuration of trees and knew we were close. The clearing looked different in daylight, smaller, less mysterious. And the stone, it was just a stone. Large and flat, yes, but the carvings were weathered, barely visible in places. No glowing, no vibrations. My friends looked at me with concern, clearly thinking I'd imagined the whole thing. But I knew better. I could feel the same watchful presence from before, waiting. As the others examined the stone with obvious disappointment, I stepped away, closed my eyes, and whispered, "We're here to listen." The air changed instantly. It became warmer, heavier with moisture. The forest sounds, birds, insects, the rustle of leaves, all faded to silence. And then came the whispers, soft at first, then growing louder. My friends froze, their eyes widening as they heard it too. The whispering surrounded us, but this time it didn't feel threatening. It felt grateful, relieved. The sensation is hard to describe. A warmth spread through my chest, and suddenly I understood, not the words themselves, but their meaning. These weren't malevolent spirits or demons. They were lost souls, trapped somehow, seeking connection, recognition. One of my friends started crying. The other sat heavily on the ground, his face pale. The whispers continued for maybe 5 minutes, then gradually faded as the first stars appeared in the darkening sky. We didn't speak much on the hike back to our car. What could we say? We'd experienced something that defied explanation, something that changed how we saw the world. I've been back to that stone 6 times since then, sometimes alone, sometimes with others who are open to the experience. The whispers are always there at dusk, though they've never been as intense as that first night. I've learned to listen without fear, to feel the connection to something ancient and mysterious. I still don't know what exactly happened to me that night. Were they actual spirits? Some kind of energy imprint left behind by the people who carved that stone centuries ago? A natural phenomenon science hasn't explained yet? I don't have answers, but I do know this. Those mountains are alive with more than just wildlife and plants. There are presences there, consciousnesses that exist alongside ours, separated by some thin veil we occasionally glimpse through. The whispers don't frighten me anymore. They've become guides of sorts, reminding me there's more to this world than what we can easily explain. I keep going back because each time I feel like I'm on the edge of understanding something profound, not just about those voices, but about existence itself. Sometimes at night, even in my apartment hundreds of miles from those mountains, I still hear that humming, faint, distant, but unmistakable. And I know someday I'll understand what they've been trying to tell me all along. Story 8. I've never been the type to believe in ghost stories. Growing up, I always rolled my eyes at campfire tales and found logical explanations for every bump in the night. That changed last October when I visited my college friend Sarah in Maple Hollow, Oregon. I'm writing this down because I still can't make sense of what happened, and I honestly don't know if I ever will. I hadn't seen Sarah in nearly 5 years. We'd been close during our sophomore and junior years at Portland State, but after graduation, life pulled us in different directions. She'd moved back to her hometown of Maple Hollow, this tiny place tucked between mountains and dense forests, about 2 hours from Portland. We'd kept in touch through occasional texts and social media, but when she invited me to visit for a weekend, I jumped at the chance to reconnect. Maple Hollow was exactly what you'd expect from a small Pacific Northwest town in autumn. Red and gold leaves everywhere, misty mornings, and that earthy smell of rain and pine. Sarah picked me up from the bus station Friday afternoon, and we spent the evening catching up at her cottage-style house on the edge of town. It felt good to see her again. She was still the same Sarah, all wild curly hair and contagious laugh, though I noticed something different in her eyes. a kind of wariness that hadn't been there in college. The next morning, we went to this local cafe called The Perch for breakfast. It was one of those cozy places with mismatched furniture and local art on the walls. We grabbed a corner table by the window, and that's when Sarah first mentioned the legend. "So," she said, stirring her coffee, "has anyone told you about the weeping woman yet?" She had this weird half smile on her face. I shook my head. "No, what's that? Some local ghost story?" "More than just a story," she leaned forward. "Everyone in Maple Hollow knows about her. She's been haunting the western woods for decades. My grandma claims she saw her back in the 70s. I took a bite of my scone, trying not to look too skeptical. "And what's her deal? Every ghost has some tragic backstory, right?" Sarah didn't immediately answer. She glanced around the cafe as if checking who might be listening, which struck me as odd. "They say she lost her lover, or husband, depending on who tells it, somewhere in those woods. The story goes that they were hiking, and he vanished without a trace. She spent days searching for him until she died from exposure. Now she wanders the forest, still looking." "Classic ghost story formula," I said with a smile. "Beautiful but sad woman eternally searching for her lost love." Sarah didn't return my smile. "Thing is, people actually see her, not just drunk teenagers or tourists. Reasonable people. The forest ranger, my high school history teacher, my cousin Mike, who's the most skeptical person I know." I could tell she was serious, which surprised me. In college, Sarah had been even less superstitious than me. She'd majored in environmental science and had always approached the world with rational curiosity. "You believe it?" I asked, trying to keep the surprise out of my voice. She shrugged, but her eyes told a different story. "I've lived here most of my life. You hear things, and sometimes—" She hesitated. "Sometimes the woods feel different at night, like they're alive in a way they shouldn't be." We spent the day exploring the town. Sarah showed me the local history museum, which was basically just one room in the town hall, and we hiked a short trail to a waterfall. The whole time I kept thinking about her change in demeanor when talking about the ghost. It was so unlike the Sarah I knew in college. That evening, after dinner at her place, she brought it up again. "We should go look for her," she said suddenly as we were washing dishes. "Look for who?" "The weeping woman." She wasn't joking. "It's the perfect night, clear sky, full moon. October's when she appears most often." I laughed, but it came out awkward. "You can't be serious." "Come on, what's the worst that could happen? We get a nice night hike and don't see anything supernatural? Still a win." She dried her hands on a dish towel. "Unless you're scared?" That pushed my buttons exactly the way she knew it would. In college, I'd never backed down from a challenge, whether it was cliff jumping at the lake or cramming for a final the night before. Sarah knew me too well. "Fine," I said, "but if we get eaten by bears, I'm blaming you in the afterlife." We grabbed flashlights, warm jackets, and water bottles. Sarah also packed a small first aid kit and a compass, which made me feel marginally better about trekking into unfamiliar woods at night. As we got into her car, I noticed she seemed both excited and nervous, fidgeting with her keys before starting the engine. The drive took about 20 minutes, mostly on winding back roads. We parked at a small gravel lot next to a trailhead marked Evergreen Path. The sign was old and weathered, barely visible in the beam of our flashlights. "This is the Western Trail," Sarah explained. "It cuts through the area where most of the sightings happen." The forest at night was nothing like the daytime hikes we'd taken. The trees loomed overhead, their branches creating weird, shifting shadows in our flashlight beams. The air felt different too, heavier somehow, with an electrical quality that made the hair on my arms stand up. I told myself it was just the temperature dropping, but deep down, I knew it was something else. We walked for what felt like forever, but was probably only about an hour. Sarah seemed to know exactly where she was going, which surprised me considering how dark it was. The trail eventually opened into a small clearing with a fallen log in the center. "This is it," she whispered. "This is where people say they see her most often." "So what now?" I asked, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet forest. "Do we just wait?" Sarah nodded and sat on the log, patting the spot beside her. I joined her, shining my flashlight around the clearing. Nothing looked particularly ghostly or unusual, just trees, underbrush, and the occasional scurrying of small animals. "Maybe we should tell ghost stories to pass the time," I joked, trying to lighten the mood. Sarah didn't respond. She was staring intently into the darkness beyond our flashlight beams. I was about to suggest we head back. It was getting colder, and this whole expedition suddenly felt silly when I heard it. A sound so faint I wasn't sure if it was real or just the wind. A soft, distant sobbing. "Sarah," I whispered, grabbing her arm, "do you hear that?" Her face had gone pale. "Yes." The crying grew slightly louder, definitely a woman's voice, filled with such profound sadness that it made my chest ache. It seemed to be coming from somewhere deeper in the forest, beyond the clearing. "It's probably just someone hiking," I said, but even I didn't believe that. Who else would be out here at nearly midnight? Sarah stood up slowly. "We should follow it." "Are you insane?" I hissed. "That's exactly how people die in horror movies." But she was already moving toward the sound, her flashlight beam bouncing through the trees. Cursing under my breath, I followed her. No way was I staying alone in that clearing. We left the trail, pushing through underbrush and ducking under low branches. The crying guided us, growing clearer with each step. After about 5 minutes of difficult hiking, we came to a small brook cutting through the forest. The water gleamed silver in the moonlight, and there she was. Standing by the water's edge, her back to us, was a woman in a long, flowing white dress. Even from behind, I could see she was unnaturally still, not swaying or shifting weight like a normal person would. Her dark hair hung down her back, nearly reaching her waist. My entire body went cold. This couldn't be real. There had to be some explanation, a prank, a local who knew the legend and was messing with hikers. Anything but an actual ghost. "Hello?" Sarah called out softly. The woman turned around slowly, and I had to clamp my hand over my mouth to keep from screaming. Her face was beautiful, hauntingly so, but her eyes, God, her eyes were wrong. They seemed to contain infinite darkness, like looking into empty space. Not evil, just absent, as if something vital was missing. "I can't find him," she said, her voice somehow both right beside us and impossibly distant. "They took him from me, lost to the darkness." My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. Sarah stood frozen beside me, her flashlight trembling in her hand. "Who?" Sarah asked, her voice barely audible. "Who are you looking for?" The woman's expression shifted to something like hope. "You'll help me find him? He's waiting. He's always waiting." She extended her hand toward us. It was pale, almost translucent in the moonlight. I noticed with horror that her feet weren't quite touching the ground. Suddenly, a gust of wind tore through the clearing, so strong it nearly knocked me over. Both our flashlights flickered and went out, plunging us into darkness except for the faint moonlight filtering through the trees. When my eyes adjusted, the woman was closer, much closer. her face inches from ours. There were tears streaming down her cheeks, but they weren't normal tears. They looked like liquid silver, catching the moonlight as they fell. "Please," she whispered. "I've been alone so long." Something in her voice changed, a desperation that sent ice through my veins. The air around us grew colder, and the woman's form began to shift, becoming less solid. The edges of her white dress seemed to dissolve into the darkness. I grabbed Sarah's arm and yanked her backward. "We need to go. Now." We turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush without any regard for the trail or direction. Behind us, the woman's cries grew more frantic, more desperate. "Don't leave me here. Please don't leave me alone again." Her voice seemed to come from everywhere at once, ahead of us, behind us, inside my own head. Branches whipped at my face, and I tripped multiple times but kept running. Sarah was right beside me, her breathing ragged with terror. I don't know how we found our way back to the main trail. It felt like we ran for hours, but it might have been only minutes. The whole time, that awful crying followed us, sometimes fading, sometimes so close it felt like she was right behind us. We finally broke through the trees and saw Sarah's car in the parking lot. We practically dove inside, and Sarah's hands were shaking so badly she could barely get the key in the ignition. As we peeled out onto the road, I looked back at the trailhead. A white figure stood at the edge of the trees, watching us leave. The drive back to Sarah's house was silent. What could we possibly say? We'd just seen something impossible, something that shouldn't exist. When we finally got inside, we double-locked the doors and sat in her living room with all the lights on until dawn. The next morning, I packed my bags and left Maple Hollow. Sarah didn't try to convince me to stay. She hugged me tightly at the bus station and whispered, "I'm sorry. I didn't think we'd actually find her." In the weeks since, I've done some research on Maple Hollow's history. There are records from the 1960s of a family that disappeared in those woods, a young couple and their child. Their bodies were never found, no explanation, ever discovered. I don't know if what we saw was the woman from that family. I don't know if what we saw was even real, but I know that I can't close my eyes at night without hearing that desperate weeping, without seeing those empty eyes pleading for help. I've stopped hiking. I've stopped camping. I avoid the woods entirely now. Some legends, I've learned, exist for a reason. Some stories aren't just stories. And sometimes, when it rains at night, I swear I can hear crying outside my window. A woman still searching, still lost, still weeping. Story 9. I've been driving for Uber for about 3 years now. It's a decent side gig that helps pay the bills while I finish my degree. Most nights are pretty standard. Drunk college kids, airport pickups, the occasional business traveler. But there was one night last October that I still can't explain, no matter how many times I've gone over it in my head. It was a Thursday, and I'd been driving since around 6 in the evening. Chicago's suburbs are usually busy enough, especially on weekends, but this particular night had been slow. By midnight, I was thinking about calling it quits when I got a ping for a pickup at the Lakeside Motel, about 20 minutes away on the outskirts of town. The Lakeside isn't exactly a 5-star establishment. It's one of those places with monthly rates, peeling paint, and a flickering neon sign where at least half the letters don't work anymore. But a ride is a ride, and this one had a decent surge price attached to it. I pulled into the motel parking lot at around 12:30. The place was dimly lit with just a few cars parked outside. I remember thinking it was weird that there wasn't a destination entered for the ride, just a pickup. The account name was Cara, but there was no profile picture and no rider rating, which should have been my first red flag. I texted that I had arrived and waited. 5 minutes passed. I was about to cancel the ride when I saw movement near room 17. A woman stepped out, looking around nervously before spotting my car. She was wearing jeans and a gray hoodie, with the hood pulled up despite the mild weather. As she got closer, I could see she was probably in her late 20s, but something about her seemed off. When she opened the door and slid into the back seat, I got a better look at her. Her face was pale, almost gray, with dark circles under her eyes that made them look sunken in. Her hands were trembling as she clutched a small backpack to her chest. "You're Kara?" I asked, trying to sound friendly. She nodded without looking at me. "Just drive," she said quietly. "Please." I hesitated. "I need a destination to start the trip." Her eyes finally met mine in the rearview mirror, and I swear my blood went cold. They were hollow, like there was nothing behind them. "Just drive," she repeated. "North. I'll tell you where to turn." Against my better judgment, I started driving. I should have refused or asked more questions, but something in her voice made me feel like she was genuinely afraid of something. I figured maybe she was running from an abusive relationship or something like that. As we left the main roads and headed toward the more wooded areas north of town, Kara remained completely silent. The only sound was her fingernails tapping nervously against her phone screen. I tried making small talk a couple of times, but she barely responded. After about 15 minutes of driving, we were on a 2-lane road with dense forest on both sides. There were no streetlights out here, just the occasional reflector marking the edge of the pavement. The moonlight filtered through the trees, creating weird shadows that seemed to move as we drove past. "Do you believe in ghosts?" Kara suddenly asked, her voice so quiet I almost didn't hear it. "What?" I glanced in the rearview mirror. She was staring out the window, her breath fogging the glass. "I've seen her 3 times now," she continued, as if I hadn't spoken. "Always on this road, always waiting." I gripped the steering wheel tighter. "Seen who?" "The woman in white. She stands by the road, watching, waiting for someone to stop." Kara pressed her forehead against the window. "I think she's following me." At this point, I was seriously considering ending the ride. This woman was clearly not well, and we were getting farther and farther from civilization. But before I could say anything, I noticed something strange happening with my phone. The GPS map was glitching. The blue route line started multiplying, creating what looked like a red spiderweb across the screen. The estimated arrival time began flickering between numbers that made no sense. 3 minutes, then 57 minutes, then 13 hours. "What the hell?" I muttered, tapping the screen. Nothing helped. "Don't stop," Kara suddenly said, her voice urgent. "Whatever you do, don't stop driving." I looked up from my phone just in time to see something white moving at the edge of the woods ahead. I slowed down slightly, squinting through the windshield to get a better look. "No!" Kara screamed, lunging forward and grabbing my shoulder. "Don't slow down! She'll see us!" Just then, a figure stepped onto the road about 50 yards ahead of us. It was a woman in a tattered white dress, her long dark hair hanging in front of her face. She stood perfectly still in the middle of the lane, facing our approaching car. I instinctively hit the brakes and swerved to avoid her. The car fishtailed on the damp pavement, and for a terrifying moment, I thought we were going to spin out into the trees. I managed to regain control and look back, expecting to see the woman I'd nearly hit. The road behind us was empty. "She's gone," I said, my voice shaking. "Did you see that? There was someone there, right?" Kara was hyperventilating in the back seat. "Turn around," she whispered. "We need to go back." This was a mistake. I was more than happy to comply, but as I tried to make a U-turn, the engine suddenly sputtered and died. The headlights flickered and went out, plunging us into darkness. I tried the ignition again and again, but nothing happened. "No, no, no," Kara moaned. "She's found us." "Look, the car just stalled," I said, trying to sound calm despite my racing heart. "I'll call a tow truck." I grabbed my phone, but there was no signal, not even one bar. When I looked up again, Kara was staring out the back window, her eyes wide with terror. "She's coming," she whispered. "We have to run." Before I could stop her, Kara flung open the door and bolted into the forest. I sat there for a moment, completely stunned. I tried the ignition one more time. Nothing. I tried calling for help. Still no signal. And then I heard something that made my skin crawl. Soft footsteps on the pavement, coming closer to my car. I didn't think twice. I grabbed my phone and my keys and ran after Kara into the woods. The forest was pitch black away from the road. I turned on my phone's flashlight and called out for Kara, trying to keep my voice down while still being loud enough for her to hear me. "Kara, wait! We should stay with the car." I heard rustling ahead of me and followed the sound, branches whipping at my face as I stumbled through the underbrush. The beam of my flashlight bounced wildly, creating disorienting shadows that seemed to move independently of the trees casting them. After a few minutes of running, I caught a glimpse of Kara's gray hoodie ahead of me. She was standing perfectly still, staring at something I couldn't see. "Kara," I said, approaching her slowly. "We need to go back to the road. It's not safe out here." She didn't respond. When I got closer, I could see she was trembling violently. "Do you hear them?" she whispered. I stopped and listened. At first, all I could hear was our breathing and the normal sounds of the forest at night. But then I noticed something else, a soft whispering sound, like multiple voices talking just below the threshold of understanding. It seemed to be coming from all around us. "It's just the wind in the trees," I said, not believing my own words. Kara slowly turned to look at me, her face even paler than before. "They're getting closer," she said, and then she ran again, deeper into the woods. I chased after her, the whispers growing louder with each step. My flashlight began to flicker, the beam growing weaker. I was completely disoriented now, with no idea which direction would lead back to the road. I caught up to Kara in a small clearing. She had stopped again, but this time she was facing me, or rather, facing something behind me. The look of absolute horror on her face is something I'll never forget. Her mouth was open in a silent scream, her eyes fixed on a point just over my shoulder. I felt it before I heard it, a cold breath on the back of my neck. The hair on my arms stood up, and a chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the night air. Slowly, I turned around, expecting to see the woman in white standing there. But there was nothing behind me, just darkness and trees. Except the shadows between the trees seemed to be moving, shifting in ways that shadows shouldn't, condensing into shapes that almost looked human before dissolving again. "Run," I said to Kara, grabbing her arm. "Now!" We ran blindly through the forest, the whispers all around us growing louder until they were almost deafening. My flashlight gave one final flicker and died completely, leaving us in darkness broken only by occasional glimpses of moonlight through the canopy. I don't know how long we ran. It could have been minutes or hours. Time seemed to bend and stretch in that forest. All I know is that at some point, I tripped over an exposed root and fell hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. I called out for Kara, but there was no response. The whispers had stopped too, replaced by an unnatural silence. As I lay there trying to catch my breath, I felt the darkness around me thicken. becoming almost tangible. It pressed against my skin like cold, wet cloth. And then I heard a voice. Not a whisper this time, but clear and close to my ear. "You can't escape." I must have passed out, because the next thing I remember is waking up in my car. I was alone, sitting in the driver's seat with the engine running and the heater on. My phone was in its mount, showing the Uber app still active with Kara's ride in progress. The clock on my dashboard read 3:17 in the morning. According to the GPS, I was on the same road where I'd seen the woman in white, but there was no sign of her now, no sign of Kara either. I checked the app again, trying to see Kara's profile or contact information, but her request had disappeared. It was like she'd never existed. I drove home in a daze, checking my rearview mirror constantly. When I finally got back to my apartment, I spent hours researching the area where I'd been driving. I found old news reports about disappearances along that stretch of road going back decades. Some bodies were found, some weren't. There were rumors about a woman who had been murdered there in the 1970s, left by the roadside in her wedding dress. I haven't driven for Uber since that night. I haven't gone near that part of town either. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, if maybe I fell asleep at the wheel and dreamed it all. But then I remember the cold breath on my neck, the whispers in the forest, and Kara's eyes when she looked at me in the rearview mirror. I still don't know what happened that night. I don't know who or what Kara was, or if she ever made it out of those woods. All I know is that sometimes, when I'm driving at night and pass a stretch of dark forest, I think I see a figure in white standing among the trees, watching me pass by. Story 10. I still haven't been on a proper road trip since it happened. 2 years ago this fall. My therapist says writing about it might help, so here goes. My buddy Tyler and I had been planning this Denver to Portland trip for months. We both needed to get away, me from a bad breakup, him from the stress of grad school. The plan was simple. Take the scenic route through Wyoming and Idaho, camp a bit, see some sights, drink some beers, and clear our heads. We left Denver on a Friday morning in Tyler's old Subaru. The first day was perfect. Golden aspens, clear skies, that feeling of freedom you get when you leave everything behind. We camped that night in Wyoming, got hammered around the fire, and woke up ready for day 2. That's when everything went wrong. The trouble started when we decided to take this shortcut through rural Idaho that Tyler's cousin had recommended. It was supposed to shave an hour off our drive while showing us some untouched wilderness. The road wasn't even on Google Maps properly, just a thin gray line cutting through nothing. We were about 4 hours in when the GPS lost signal. No big deal, we figured. The road was straight enough, and we had a paper map as backup. The scenery had changed. Denser forest, barely any clearings, and these massive pines that blocked out most of the sunlight. It was beautiful, but something felt off. I remember thinking it was too quiet. No birds, no wildlife sounds. Around 5 in the afternoon, we saw her. A girl walking along the shoulder with her thumb out. A hitchhiker in the middle of nowhere. "Dude, we should stop," Tyler said, already slowing down. "She could be in trouble." I wasn't so sure. We don't know her. This is literally how horror movies start. But Tyler was already pulling over. The girl approached the car, and I got my first good look at her. Early 20s maybe, long dark hair that hung limply around her face, skin so pale it was almost translucent. She wore jeans and a faded red hoodie that looked a size too big. "Hey, where you headed?" Tyler asked through his open window. "Anywhere away from here would be great," she said with a weak smile. "I'm trying to get to my aunt's place in Boise." We were heading west anyway, so Tyler unlocked the doors. "Hop in. I'm Tyler, and that's Mark." "Rachel," she said, climbing into the back seat. "Thanks for stopping." Looking back, I should have noticed something was wrong immediately. Her clothes were clean, too clean for someone who'd been walking a rural highway. And she had no backpack, no water bottle, nothing you'd expect from someone traveling. For the first hour, things were normal. Rachel told us she was visiting family, made small talk about the weather, asked about our trip. But as the daylight started fading, she got quieter. I kept catching her staring out the window with this vacant expression. The forest was getting thicker, darker. The road narrowed and the pavement deteriorated. We should have hit a larger highway by then, according to our map. But there was nothing but this endless stretch of road cutting through dense trees. "We should have reached the junction by now," I said, checking the map again. "Are you sure this is the right road?" Tyler nodded, but I could see tension in his jaw. "Has to be. There weren't any turnoffs." That's when Rachel spoke up, her voice barely audible. "You shouldn't have picked me up." I turned to look at her, and my stomach dropped. Her eyes had changed. They were glassy, unfocused, like she was looking through us instead of at us. "What did you say?" Tyler asked, glancing at her in the rearview mirror. "There's something wrong with this road," she whispered. "I've been walking it for days. It doesn't end." Tyler laughed nervously. "What are you talking about? Every road ends somewhere." Rachel pressed her forehead against the window. "I've seen that same crooked tree 4 times now. We're going in circles." I followed her gaze and saw what she was pointing at. A massive pine that split near the base, forming a Y shape. It did look distinctive, but I convinced myself it was just a similar tree. "You're freaking us out, Rachel," I said, trying to sound casual. "Maybe we should find a place to stop for the night." "No!" The force of her response made both of us jump. "Don't stop. Whatever you do, don't stop driving after dark." The car fell silent. Tyler turned on the headlights as dusk settled in. I tried checking my phone again. Still no signal. The clock read 7:15, and we should have reached civilization hours ago. That's when we saw the first movement in the trees, just a flash of something pale moving between the trunks, keeping pace with the car. I blinked, and it was gone. "Did you see that?" I asked. Tyler nodded, knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Probably a deer." But Rachel was curled up in the back seat now, knees pulled to her chest. "It's not a deer," she whispered. 10 minutes later, we came around a bend, and there he was, a man standing in the middle of the road. Tyler slammed on the brakes, and the car skidded to a halt maybe 30 feet from him. The headlights illuminated him fully. He was tall, impossibly thin, wearing what looked like old-fashioned clothes, like something from the 1800s. A long coat, dark pants, boots. But it was his face that made my blood run cold. His eyes reflected the headlights like an animal's, glowing yellow in the darkness. His mouth was stretched into a wide, unnatural smile. "Drive," Rachel whispered from the back. "Drive now." Tyler floored it. The man didn't move as we sped toward him, and for a horrible moment, I thought we were going to hit him. But at the last second, he simply wasn't there anymore. I twisted in my seat, looking out the back window, but the road behind us was empty. "What the fuck was that?" Tyler's voice cracked. Rachel had her face in her hands. "He finds people who get lost on this road. He's been here for a long time." "This is insane," I said. "We need to find a town, a gas station, anything." As if the universe heard me, lights appeared ahead. A small gas station with a single pump and a convenience store. The sign was unreadable, letters faded away by time and weather. Tyler pulled in, and we sat there for a moment, engine idling. "I need to pee," he finally said, "and we should ask for directions." Rachel grabbed his arm from the back seat. "Don't go in there." He shook her off. "We need help. I'm going." I watched him walk across the cracked pavement to the store. The windows were lit, but I couldn't see inside clearly. "I'll be right back," I told Rachel, and followed him. The bell jangled as I entered the store. It smelled musty, like old cardboard and dust. Tyler was already at the counter, talking to the attendant, an older man in a flannel shirt. As I approached, the attendant turned to look at me, and my heart stopped. His face wasn't right. It looked stretched somehow, like his skin was a size too large for his skull. His eyes were too far apart, and his smile revealed teeth that were all identical, perfect rectangles, like piano keys. "Your friend was just asking for directions," the man said, his voice oddly flat. "I was telling him the highway's just 20 miles ahead. Keep going straight." Tyler nodded, but I could see sweat beading on his forehead. We bought some water and snacks, paying with cash because the card reader was broken. Neither of us said a word until we were back in the car. "Did you see his face?" I whispered. Tyler started the engine. "Let's get the fuck out of here." Rachel hadn't moved, still curled up in the back seat. As we pulled away, I noticed she was crying silently, tears streaming down her colorless cheeks. We drove in tense silence for what felt like hours. The road never changed. The same dense forest, the same deteriorating pavement. The clock on the dashboard read 9:30, then 10, then 11. We should have reached the highway the attendant mentioned, but there was nothing. "We've been driving for over an hour," Tyler said. 20 miles should have taken 20 minutes. That's when we saw another set of lights ahead. My stomach twisted as we got closer. It was the same gas station, exactly the same, down to the flickering light above the pump. "No, no, no," Tyler muttered, driving past it. "That's impossible." "I told you," Rachel whispered. "The road doesn't end." We tried everything after that. We turned around, tried going back the way we came. We took the only side road we found, which somehow led us back to the main road. Every time, within an hour, we'd see that same gas station. It was like we were trapped in a loop. Around 3 in the morning, we saw the man in the road again. This time, there were others with him, shadowy figures at the edge of the trees, all with those same reflective eyes. Tyler didn't even slow down, just swerved around them. I'll never forget looking back and seeing them all turn in unison to watch us pass, their heads rotating too far to be natural. Rachel hadn't spoken in hours, just stared out the window with tears running down her face. When I offered her water, her hand was ice cold. By dawn, we were running on fumes, both the car and ourselves. We'd passed that damn gas station 5 times, but were too terrified to stop again. The sky was just starting to lighten when Tyler spotted something we hadn't seen before, an exit ramp. "Was that there before?" I asked. "I don't care," Tyler said, taking it without slowing down. The ramp led to a 2-lane highway that looked newer, maintained. After 15 minutes, we saw a truck stop with a diner attached. Normal-looking cars were parked outside. Normal-looking people were going in and out. We pulled in, and I've never been so happy to see fluorescent lighting and smell greasy diner food in my life. Rachel finally spoke. "This is where I get out." "Are you sure?" I asked. "We can drop you somewhere safer." She shook her head. "I told you, I've been on that road for days. This is as far as I ever get." Before I could respond, she opened the door and stepped out. She looked back at us one last time. "Don't stop, don't look back, and never take that road again." Then she walked toward the diner. I watched her go, intending to follow to make sure she was okay. But Tyler grabbed my arm. "Mark, look." I turned to where he was pointing. In the side mirror, I could see the parking lot behind us. There was no sign of Rachel. She had vanished between our car and the diner entrance. We stayed at that truck stop for hours, asking everyone about the road we'd been on. No one had heard of it. When we checked the map, we discovered we were in northern Idaho, over 100 miles from where we should have been. We made it to Portland eventually, but the trip was ruined. We barely spoke about what happened, even to each other. What could we say? That we'd been trapped on a haunted road? That we'd picked up a ghost? That we'd seen things that shouldn't exist? I've researched local legends since then, found stories about logging camps that disappeared in those forests in the 1800s, stories about travelers going missing. Nothing concrete, nothing that explains what we experienced. Tyler moved to Florida last year, says he can't stand being in the mountains anymore. I get it. I haven't left Denver since we got back. The thought of driving those empty highways makes me sick with fear. Sometimes I dream about Rachel, still walking that endless road in the dark, still trying to escape. And sometimes, in the worst dreams, I see that man with the glowing eyes standing outside my window, his unnatural smile widening as he beckons me to come back to his road. I wake up screaming from those dreams, because deep down, I know he's still out there, waiting for travelers who take the wrong turn. And I know Rachel was right. We never should have stopped. Story 11. I'd been working nights at this old gas station off Highway 89 in Montana for about 3 months. It was a crappy job, but I needed the money for college, and night shifts paid better. Plus, it was usually dead quiet. I could study between the occasional trucker stopping for coffee or cigarettes. The place was called Hollow Creek Station, this rundown building that had probably been there since the 70s. Cracked linoleum floors, flickering fluorescent lights, and a perpetual smell of beef jerky and old coffee. The owner, this old guy named Bill, barely maintained it. The security cameras were just for show. They hadn't worked in years. The cooler doors fogged up so bad you could barely see the drinks inside, and one of the bathroom doors wouldn't even close properly. My shift that night started at 10 p.m. It was mid-October, already getting really cold in Montana. I remember wearing this thick flannel shirt under my work vest because the heating in the station was spotty at best. The first couple hours were normal. A few locals grabbing beer, a trucker filling up his rig, nothing unusual. Around midnight, I was organizing the candy aisle when I heard the door chime. I hadn't heard a car pull up, which was weird because you could always hear vehicles on the gravel lot outside. I looked up expecting to see one of the regulars, but it was someone I'd never seen before. This guy was tall and super thin, wearing clothes that looked too big for him, like he'd lost a lot of weight recently. His face is what really stuck with me, though. Sunken eyes with dark circles underneath, pale skin that almost looked gray under the harsh store lights. His hair was thin and patchy, like he'd been pulling it out. "Evening," I said, but he just nodded and looked around nervously. "Do you have a phone I could use?" he asked. His voice sounded raspy, like he hadn't used it in a while. "My cell's dead. We had an old landline behind the counter for emergencies. Nobody ever asked to use it. Most people have cell phones these days. But something about this guy made me not want to say no. I pointed to the phone and told him to keep it quick. He grabbed the receiver and punched in a number, his hands shaking so badly he had to redial twice. I pretended to busy myself with restocking cigarettes, but I was listening. The conversation started quiet, but then his voice got more frantic. "It's back," he kept saying. "I saw it again on the road, same as before. There was a pause, then, "No, I'm sure. It's the same one from the clearing. It followed me." The guy's whole body was trembling at this point. I heard him say, "I'm at some gas station off Highway 89, Hollow Creek, I think." Then he went quiet for a moment, listening to whoever was on the other end. His face just dropped, like all hope drained out of him. "You need to leave," he suddenly said to me, covering the receiver with his hand. "Right now, just lock up and go." I laughed nervously, thinking it was some weird joke. "My shift doesn't end until 6 a.m. His eyes widened. "It doesn't matter. Trust me. You don't want to be here when it comes." Before I could ask what "it" was, he hung up the phone and headed for the door. He stopped with his hand on the handle and looked back at me. "It's attracted to electrical systems. If the lights flicker or go out, don't use your flashlight. It'll see you faster." Then he just left, disappearing into the darkness. I didn't hear a car start. I tried to shake it off as just some meth head or mentally ill guy. We get those sometimes out on these rural highways. But something about his fear seemed so genuine that it got under my skin. For the next hour, everything was quiet. Too quiet. Usually, you'd hear the occasional passing car on the highway, but there was nothing. Even the normal creaks and groans of the old building seemed muted. I kept glancing out the windows, but all I could see was darkness beyond the fluorescent glow of the station's lights. Around 1:15 a.m., I heard it for the first time. It's hard to describe exactly what it sounded like. Kind of like whistling, but mixed with a humming that vibrated through my chest. Almost mechanical, like metal scraping against metal, but with something organic underneath. It wasn't coming from inside the station, but it wasn't far away either. I grabbed the flashlight we kept under the counter, one of those heavy mag lights that could double as a weapon if needed. Part of me knew I should just stay inside, lock the doors, and ignore whatever was out there. But that stupid curiosity that gets people killed in horror movies? Yeah, I had that. I stepped outside, immediately hit by the cold mountain air. The parking lot was empty. No cars, no sign of the strange man from earlier. The sound had stopped as soon as I opened the door. The overhead lights illuminated the gas pumps, but not much beyond that. The darkness of the surrounding pine forest seemed to press in against the edges of the light. That's when I noticed something wasn't right with the tree line. There was a shape that didn't belong, something too straight, too tall to be a tree. I pointed my flashlight toward it, and for a second, the beam caught something that reflected the light, like eyes, but yellow and too large to be an animal's. I adjusted the beam, trying to get a better look, and that's when I saw it clearly. Standing at the edge of the forest was... I don't even know how to describe it properly. It was impossibly tall, at least 9 or 10 feet, and thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. Its skin was a grayish-brown color, like old leather that had been left out in the sun too long. The head was elongated, almost oval-shaped, with no hair and what looked like ridges or bumps across the skull. But it was the eyes that made my blood turn to ice. They were huge, almond-shaped, and glowed yellow in my flashlight beam. There was no pupil, no iris, just that solid, sickly yellow glow. For a moment, we just stared at each other. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even think about running. Then it opened what I guess was its mouth, a thin line that stretched too wide across its face, and let out this screech that felt like needles in my ears. The sound was what I'd heard earlier, but amplified 100 times, like metal being torn apart. That broke my paralysis. I turned and ran back into the station, slamming the door and locking it. My hands were shaking so badly, I dropped the keys twice before managing to turn the bolt. I backed away from the windows, trying to control my breathing, which was coming in short, panicked gasps. For several minutes, nothing happened. The lights hummed normally, the coolers kicked on and off, and there was no sign of the creature outside. I started to wonder if I'd imagined it, if maybe the strange man's story had gotten to me more than I realized. Maybe I'd fallen asleep at the counter and dreamed the whole thing. Then the lights flickered, once, twice, and then they stabilized. The digital clock on the register reset itself, flashing 12 and over. I remembered what the man had said about electrical systems and felt my stomach drop. At 1:47 a.m., I know because I checked my watch, the power went out completely. The sudden darkness was absolute. The backup generator should have kicked in, but it didn't. There was no sound except my own breathing and the faint hum of the coolers as they wound down. I fumbled for my flashlight, but remembered the warning not to use it. Instead, I pulled out my cell phone, thinking I could call for help, but there was no signal, not even one bar. That wasn't unusual for the area, but it felt significant in that moment. Then I heard it, footsteps inside the station. Not the heavy boots of a customer or the scrape of an animal's claws. These were strange, uneven steps, like something walking on too many legs or limbs that bent in the wrong directions. They were coming from the back room, where we kept extra stock in the breaker box. I crouched behind the counter, trying to make myself as small as possible. The footsteps moved slowly through the store, pausing occasionally with a sound like sniffing or tasting the air. I covered my mouth with my hand to quiet my breathing. A shadow passed by the counter, taller than any human should be, with limbs that seemed to move independently of each other. I caught a glimpse of those yellow eyes reflecting what little ambient light came through the windows. They moved back and forth, scanning the store. The thing made that humming, whistling sound again, softer this time, almost like it was calling to something or someone. I pressed myself further against the counter, praying it wouldn't look down. Then my phone vibrated in my pocket, just once, probably a delayed text message finally getting through. It wasn't loud, but in that silence, it might as well have been a gunshot. The creature's head snapped toward the counter. I heard it moving, those unnatural footsteps getting closer. I had seconds to decide what to do. Stay hidden and hope it didn't find me, or run and hope I was faster. I chose to run. I burst out from behind the counter, aiming for the door. I caught just a glimpse of it as I moved, that skeletal body, those two long arms reaching for me, fingers that stretched like they had extra joints. The yellow eyes locked onto mine, and I felt something cold touch the back of my neck. Not physical, but like it was somehow inside my head. I don't remember exactly how I got the door open. 1 second I was fumbling with the lock. The next I was outside, running across the parking lot toward my car. I heard that screeching sound again, louder this time, angry. I didn't look back. I just unlocked my car, jumped in, and started driving. The headlights caught it, standing in the doorway of the station, impossibly tall, its body bending at angles that made no sense. Those yellow eyes tracking me as I sped away. I drove straight to the police station in the next town. The officers there listened to my story, but I could tell they didn't believe me. They said they'd send someone to check it out. When I called my boss the next morning to explain why I'd abandoned my shift, he was confused. Hollow Creek Station, he said. That place burned down 3 years ago. We don't have any stations out that way anymore. I drove back the next day, in daylight, heart pounding the whole way. Where the gas station had been was just an empty lot with the concrete foundation still visible. There were a few charred beams and the rusted frame of what might have been a gas pump. But I know what I saw. I know I worked there for 3 months. I have pay stubs at home with Hollow Creek Station printed on them. I remember the smell of the place, the sound the door made when it opened, the exact layout of the shelves. Sometimes I still hear that whistling, humming sound, usually when I'm falling asleep. And occasionally, when I'm driving at night and see a gas station in the distance, I think I see a tall, thin figure standing at the edge of the light, watching and waiting. I don't work night shifts anymore, and I always keep moving when I drive through Montana. Story 12. I still can't explain what happened to us during our honeymoon in the Smoky Mountains. It's been 3 years, and I get chills every time I think about it. I've never shared this publicly before, but I need to get this off my chest. My husband Daniel and I got married in June, right after I finished grad school. We were both broke from student loans, but wanted a proper honeymoon, so we spent weeks searching for affordable options. That's when I found this stunning cabin called the Honeymooners Lodge on one of those vacation rental sites. The photos looked incredible. A cozy cabin with a 4-poster bed, hot tub on the deck, and these amazing panoramic views of the Smoky Mountains. The price was surprisingly reasonable for what it offered, and the reviews were glowing. People kept mentioning how romantic and secluded it was, perfect for couples who wanted privacy. We booked it for 5 nights, excited about our first trip as a married couple. The drive there took longer than expected. The last 15 miles were on this narrow, winding dirt road that kept going deeper and deeper into the forest. There was no cell service, which at first we thought was great, a real chance to disconnect. Our GPS cut out about 5 miles before we reached the turnoff, but the rental company had sent detailed directions. The cabin itself was even prettier than the pictures. It sat on a ridge overlooking a densely wooded valley, completely isolated. The nearest cabin was supposedly 2 miles away, though we couldn't see it through the trees. Inside was exactly what we'd hoped for, rustic but comfortable, with a stone fireplace, that beautiful 4-poster bed, and a kitchen stocked with everything we needed. There were these huge windows in the main room that looked out over the valley. The place felt magical. Our first day was perfect. We hiked a little trail behind the cabin, soaked in the hot tub, made dinner together, and watched the sunset from the deck. That night, we fell asleep to the sounds of the forest, just crickets and the occasional owl. No traffic noise, no neighbors, nothing but nature. The second day, we drove to a nearby waterfall, came back, and grilled steaks on the deck. As it got dark, we were sitting in the hot tub with a bottle of wine when I noticed something odd. A faint light flickering between the trees down in the valley. It was barely visible, maybe half a mile away. "Do you see that?" I asked Daniel. "That light down there." He squinted and nodded. "Probably just campers, or maybe it's from another cabin." "I thought the rental guy said there weren't any other cabins in this valley." Daniel shrugged. "Maybe he was wrong, or maybe it's hikers who got permission to camp down there." I tried to let it go, but something about it bothered me. The light didn't move like a campfire or flashlight. It seemed to pulse in a rhythm, almost deliberate. But the wine was making me sleepy, so we went to bed and I forgot about it. The next morning, we decided to hike down into the valley to explore. The trail wasn't well maintained, overgrown in spots like it hadn't been used in a while. About a mile from the cabin, we found a small clearing that didn't look natural, too perfectly circular, about 20 feet across. The grass was shorter there, and when we looked closer, we saw these weird symbols scratched into the dirt. Circles inside triangles, spirals, and other shapes I couldn't identify. They were shallow but precise, definitely made by someone. "This is weird," I said, taking pictures with my phone. "It looks almost like..." "Like what?" Daniel asked. I don't know, some kind of ritual site? He laughed. Come on, Charlotte. It's probably just kids messing around. Or maybe the rental company does something here for guests. What? Like a cultist experience package? I tried to joke, but it fell flat. The symbols made me uneasy, and I couldn't shake the feeling we were being watched. The forest had gone quiet. No birdsong, no rustling leaves, just heavy silence. Let's head back, Daniel suggested. I'm getting hungry anyway. On the hike back, I kept looking over my shoulder. Twice I thought I heard footsteps behind us, but when we stopped to listen, there was nothing. That night changed everything. We'd gone to bed around 11, and I'd fallen into a deep sleep when a loud knocking woke me up. 3 sharp knocks on the wall beside our bed. I nudged Daniel awake. Someone's outside, I whispered. He sat up, disoriented. What time is it? I checked my phone. 2:17. The knocking came again, but from a different spot. Now it was coming from the wall behind the headboard. 3 precise knocks, then silence. Daniel got out of bed and went to the window, peering out into the darkness. I don't see anyone. The knocking moved again, now to the wall across the room, then to another wall, then back to the first wall. It was circling the cabin. It's probably just a branch hitting the house, Daniel said, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. Branches don't move around the house like that, I whispered. The knocking stopped as suddenly as it had started. We sat in silence for maybe 20 minutes, both too scared to go back to sleep. Finally, Daniel grabbed a flashlight and his pocket knife. I'm going to check outside. Don't, I pleaded, grabbing his arm. Please just stay here. If someone's out there. After some arguing, he agreed to wait until morning. Neither of us slept much after that. I kept imagining someone or something circling our cabin, testing each wall, looking for a way in. When dawn finally came, Daniel went outside to investigate while I made coffee with shaking hands. He came back inside looking pale. You need to see this, he said quietly. I followed him around the perimeter of the cabin. The ground was soft from rain earlier in the week, and all around the cabin were footprints. Dozens of them, small, barefoot prints that looked almost child-sized, circling the entire cabin exactly where the knocking had been. Kids, Daniel said weakly. Has to be kids playing a prank. But the prints were fresh, made sometime in the night. And there were so many, all the same size, like someone had walked around our cabin for hours in the dark. We should leave, I said. Today. Daniel hesitated. We'd paid for 2 more nights, and the rental had a strict no-refund policy. But even he couldn't deny how disturbing this was. Let's give it one more night, he said finally. Maybe it was a one-time thing. If anything else happens, we'll leave first thing tomorrow. Money be damned. I reluctantly agreed, but spent the day on edge. We tried to salvage the day by driving into the nearest town, about 40 minutes away, for lunch. Neither of us wanted to talk about what had happened. The town was tiny, just a general store, a diner, and a gas station. We ate quickly and headed back, making sure to arrive well before dark. That night, I insisted we push the dresser in front of the door and check all the windows twice. We went to bed early, both exhausted from lack of sleep. I dozed off around 10, but woke suddenly at 3 in the morning. Something had changed in the room. The air felt heavier, colder, and there was a sound, so faint I almost missed it. Whispering. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, like multiple voices murmuring just below the threshold of comprehension. I reached for Daniel, but he was in a deep sleep. As I shook him, I saw movement outside our bedroom window, a shadow darting past, too quick to identify. Daniel, I hissed, wake up. He groaned and opened his eyes. "What's wrong?" "Listen," I whispered. We both sat in silence. The whispering had stopped, but now there was scratching at the window, like fingernails on glass. "I'm calling the police," I said, reaching for my phone. "There's no service, remember?" Daniel got out of bed and grabbed the baseball bat we'd brought from the car earlier. The scratching stopped, replaced by that same 3-knock pattern on the bedroom wall. Daniel approached the window carefully and looked out. "There's something moving out there," he whispered. "By the tree line." I joined him at the window, and that's when I saw them. Shadowy figures, smaller than adults, moving between the trees at the edge of the clearing. It was too dark to make out details, but I could see they weren't normal human proportions. Their movements were jerky, unnatural. "We're leaving, now," Daniel said, already pulling on his jeans. "Grab only what you need." We threw our essential belongings into one suitcase, leaving the rest. Daniel moved the dresser from the door. We were both terrified but trying to stay calm. The knocking had stopped, but I could still feel eyes watching us through the windows. Just as we were about to open the front door, something made me look back at the bedroom. Through the doorway, I could see our bed, and sitting in the middle of it was a small bundle of sticks tied together with what looked like hair, forming a crude human figure. It hadn't been there minutes before when we were packing. "Daniel," I whispered, pointing. He stared at it, then grabbed my hand. "Don't look at it. Let's go." We hurried out onto the porch, and that's when I screamed. Hanging from the porch railing was another stick figure, this one larger, with a scrap of fabric tied to it. Fabric that matched my jacket that had been hanging by the door. We ran to our car, threw the suitcase in the back, and peeled out of the driveway so fast we scraped the undercarriage on the dirt road. The entire drive down the mountain, I kept checking the rearview mirror, convinced we were being followed. Daniel drove white-knuckled until we reached the main highway. We drove straight to a motel near the interstate and checked in at 5 in the morning. Only when we were safely inside with the door locked did we finally talk about what happened. "We need to report this," I insisted. "What if someone else rents that place?" The next morning, we drove to the rental office in town. The clerk seemed unsurprised when we told him why we'd left early. "You're not the first," he said quietly. "That lodge has a history." When we pressed him for details, he became evasive, saying only that local legends told of strange things in those woods. People who stayed at that cabin sometimes reported unusual experiences. Some people never came back at all. "Why is it still available for rent?" Daniel demanded. The clerk shrugged. "New owners. They don't believe the stories." We filed a police report, but without evidence beyond our word, they didn't take it seriously. We were just another couple spooked by the woods, they implied. We tried contacting the rental company to warn future guests, but our complaints were dismissed as an attempt to get our money back. It's been 3 years now. We've tried to move on, but some nights I still wake up to the sound of whispering, barely audible outside our bedroom window. And sometimes, rarely but unmistakably, I hear those 3 sharp knocks. Last month, a package arrived at our house with no return address. Inside was a small bundle of sticks tied together in the shape of a person. We burned it immediately. I still don't know what was in those woods or what they wanted from us. All I know is that place isn't just a cabin in the mountains. It's something else entirely, and it's waiting for the next couple who believe they've found the perfect honeymoon getaway. Story 13. I'm still not sure I should be writing this down, but it's been almost 5 years now, and I can't keep pretending it didn't happen. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar. Maybe someone can make sense of it, because I sure as hell can't. Back in October 2015, I was working as a patrol officer in Haddon, this tiny speck of a town surrounded by nothing but cornfields and forgotten roads. The kind of place where everyone knows everyone and nothing ever happens. I'd been on the force for just under 8 years at that point, and the most exciting thing I dealt with was breaking up the occasional bar fight or catching teenagers drinking by the old quarry. That all changed on October 24th. The fog had rolled in thick that night, so dense you could barely see 10 feet ahead of you. I was partnered with Mark Rayner, a veteran who'd been showing me the ropes since I started. We were just finishing up our shift when the call came in a little after 11 p.m. All units, we have a report of a missing child at 4587 County Road 54. Caller sounds distressed. Mark and I exchanged glances. Missing kids weren't common in Haddon. He flipped on the sirens and we headed out to the address, the old Wright farmhouse. I'd been there once before for a noise complaint that turned out to be nothing. The fog made the drive feel like it took forever. The headlights barely cut through the dense white, and the narrow roads winding through the cornfields seemed to stretch on endlessly. I remember checking my watch repeatedly, feeling like we'd been driving for hours when it had only been minutes. We finally pulled up to the right place around 11:30. It was this old 2-story farmhouse with chipped white paint and a sagging porch that looked like it might collapse if you stepped on it wrong. The whole property was surrounded by corn, with just a small yard separating the house from the endless fields. One lonely porch light flickered, casting strange shadows across the yard. Sarah Wright met us at the door before we even had a chance to knock. Her hair was a mess, like she'd been running her hands through it repeatedly, and her eyes were red and puffy. She looked like she hadn't slept in days. "Thank God you're here," she said, her voice cracking. "Lily's gone. My daughter's gone." We followed her inside. The house smelled musty, like old books and dust. Family photos lined the walls. Sarah, her husband Tom, who'd passed away a couple years back from cancer, and their daughter Lily. Cute kid, couldn't have been more than 8 or 9, with these big brown eyes and freckles. Sarah paced around the living room, arms wrapped around herself like she was cold, even though it was warm inside. "When did you last see her?" Mark asked, pulling out his notepad. "I put her to bed around 8, Sarah said. "I checked on her at 10 before I went to bed myself, and she was gone. Her window was open." "Has she done this before?" I asked. "Run off at night?" Sarah shook her head violently. "Never. She's been different lately, though. Quieter, drawing strange things, talking about the people in the corn." That last part made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Mark must have felt it too, because he glanced at me with this look I still can't forget. "Can we see her room?" I asked. Sarah led us upstairs, the old wooden steps creaking under our weight. Lily's room was at the end of the hallway, door slightly ajar. It was a normal kid's room, pink walls, stuffed animals on the bed, a bookshelf in the corner. But the window was indeed open, the curtains fluttering slightly in the breeze. I approached the window, and that's when I saw it. A dirty handprint on the white windowsill. Not small like a child's, but not quite adult-sized either. And the dirt. It didn't look like normal dirt. It was almost black, with a weird sheen to it that caught the light. "Did you touch the window, Mrs. Wright?" Mark asked, noticing the print too. She shook her head. "No, and that wasn't there when I put her to bed." I leaned out the window, shining my flashlight down. The fog had crept up to the house, swirling around the yard, but I could make out what looked like small footprints in the wet grass, leading away from the house toward the cornfield. "We need to check outside," I told Mark. He nodded, and we headed back downstairs. The fog seemed even thicker when we stepped outside, clinging to us like wet cotton. Our flashlight beams barely penetrated it, creating these eerie cones of light that made everything look distorted. I followed the footprints while Mark stayed a few feet behind me, scanning the perimeter. The tracks led straight to the edge of the cornfield, where the tall stalks stood like silent sentinels. Something felt wrong about that field. The air was completely still, not even a breeze, but I could swear the corn was moving, rustling softly as if something was passing through it. "The tracks go in here," I called back to Mark, pointing my flashlight between two rows of corn. "You sure we should go in there without backup?" he asked, his voice unusually tense. Mark wasn't the type to get spooked easily. "If Lily's in there, we can't wait," I replied, though part of me wanted nothing more than to get back in the cruiser and call for every available officer in the county. We entered the field together, following the narrow path between the rows. The corn towered over us, easily 7 feet tall, blocking out what little moonlight managed to filter through the fog. Our flashlights created weird shadows that seemed to move independently of the stalks. The further in we went, the more disoriented I felt, like the rows were shifting around us. That's when we first heard it. A sound so faint, I thought I was imagining it. A whisper, like someone exhaling a word just beyond the range of comprehension. I stopped, and Mark bumped into me from behind. "You hear that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper itself. He nodded, eyes wide, scanning the darkness around us. We pushed forward, and the whispering grew louder, seemingly coming from all directions. It wasn't just one voice, but many, layered over each other, still too quiet to make out actual words. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 10 minutes, we emerged into a small clearing in the middle of the field, and there, in the center, stood this massive, gnarled tree. I'd lived in Haddon my entire life and patrolled these roads for years, but I'd never seen this tree before. It didn't belong there. Its twisted branches reached toward the sky like arthritic fingers, completely bare of leaves despite the season. And beneath it stood Lily Wright. She was wearing her pajamas, these pale blue ones with stars on them, but they were dirty and torn. She stood perfectly still, face upturned toward the branches of the tree, her back to us. "Lily," I called out, relief washing over me at finding her alive. "Lily, it's Officer Reed. We're here to take you home." She didn't respond, didn't move. Mark and I approached slowly, our flashlights trained on her small figure. "Lily, honey, your mom is worried sick," Mark said softly. "Let's get you home, okay?" When she finally turned toward us, I felt my blood turn to ice. Her face was pale, not just scared pale, but almost translucent, like paper held up to a light. Her eyes, God, her eyes were completely empty, like someone had sucked all the life out of them. And there was blood, smeared across her hands and face in these weird patterns that almost looked deliberate. But the worst part was her smile. This unnaturally wide grin that stretched across her face, showing too many teeth. No kid smiles like that. Nothing human smiles like that. "They're coming," she whispered, her voice sounding wrong somehow, like it wasn't just her speaking. Then her eyes rolled back in her head, and she collapsed to the ground. I rushed forward and caught her before she hit the dirt. She was ice cold to the touch, her pulse weak but there. Mark was already on his radio, calling for an ambulance. The trip back through the cornfield felt even longer and more disorienting. The whispering seemed to follow us, growing more urgent, almost angry. I swear at one point something brushed against my shoulder, but when I turned, there was nothing there, just corn and fog. By the time we reached the edge of the field, sirens were approaching in the distance. Lily was still unconscious in my arms, her skin so pale it seemed to glow in the darkness. Sarah screamed when she saw her daughter, rushing down from the porch. The paramedics arrived minutes later and took Lily. They couldn't explain her condition. Severe hypothermia, despite the mild night, unexplained. Blood loss, though they couldn't find any wounds, and a coma they couldn't bring her out of. The investigation that followed went nowhere. The blood on Lily's hands and face didn't match anything in our system. Hell, the lab said it didn't even match human blood. The drag marks in the cornfield led to that clearing, but the tree wasn't there when we went back the next day, just an empty space where it had stood. Lily remained in a coma for 3 weeks. When she finally woke up, she had no memory of what happened that night or the days leading up to it. The doctors called it traumatic amnesia. I call it mercy. Mark and I both transferred to different departments within 6 months. Neither of us could stand patrolling County Road 54 anymore. Every time I drove past that cornfield, I'd hear those whispers just at the edge of my hearing. 5 years later, I still wake up in a cold sweat some nights, hearing those voices. I've tried to convince myself it was just the wind, that the stress of finding a missing child made me imagine things. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know that whatever took Lily that night, whatever was in that field, is still out there, waiting. Sometimes when the fog rolls in thick and heavy, I swear I can hear those whispers carried on the wind. And whenever I pass a cornfield, I don't slow down. I don't stop, because I know they're still there, watching from between the rows. I don't know what happened to that little girl in the cornfield that night, but I know she came back different. And I know that whatever she saw beneath that twisted tree is something no human was ever meant to see. Story 14. I still can't explain what happened to us last year during what was supposed to be a romantic getaway through the Blue Ridge Parkway. My husband Brian and I had been married for just 6 months, and this was our second honeymoon since we couldn't afford much after the wedding. I've gone back and forth about sharing this, but I need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. We'd planned the trip for months, a 7-day drive through Virginia and North Carolina, staying at different B&Bs each night. The first 3 days were absolutely perfect. We hiked during the day, ate at local restaurants, and stayed at these adorable little inns with homemade breakfasts. The fall colors were stunning, and we took hundreds of photos that I still can't bring myself to look at anymore. On the 4th day, we left Boone, NC, around 2 in the afternoon, planning to reach our next reservation in Asheville before dinner. Brian was driving while I navigated with a paper map. We'd lost cell service about an hour into our drive that day. I remember it started raining, just a drizzle at first, but it got heavier as the afternoon wore on. The roads got really twisty, and somewhere around 4:30, I realized we'd missed our turn. No big deal, I thought. We'd just find another route. But as the sun started setting, the fog rolled in, and we couldn't see more than 20 feet ahead. Brian was gripping the steering wheel so tight his knuckles were white. We were both getting anxious because we hadn't seen another car for at least an hour. "We should try to find somewhere to stay for the night," Brian said. "I don't think we're going to make it to Asheville in this." I agreed and started scanning the roadside for any signs of civilization. That's when we saw it, a weathered wooden sign partially hidden by overgrown branches. The Carter Inn, lodging since 1926. The sign had an arrow pointing down a gravel road that disappeared into the trees. Brian turned onto the path without hesitating. The gravel crunched under our tires as we drove maybe half a mile through dense forest before the trees opened up to reveal the inn. I remember feeling a weird sense of relief mixed with unease. The building was huge, 3 stories of faded white clapboard with black shutters, a wraparound porch, and a steeply pitched roof. Paint was peeling everywhere, and a few of the shutters hung at odd angles. But there were lights on inside, which was all that mattered to us at that point. We parked and grabbed our overnight bags from the trunk, then ran through the rain to the porch. The wooden steps creaked under our feet, and I noticed several boards on the porch were warped or missing entirely. Brian pushed open the heavy front door, and we stepped inside. The contrast between the exterior and interior was striking. Outside was deteriorating, but inside was warm and inviting. A huge stone fireplace dominated the lobby with a roaring fire that instantly made me feel better. Overstuffed chairs were arranged around the hearth, and the walls were covered with old photographs in ornate frames. The place smelled like cinnamon and firewood. A woman appeared from a doorway behind the reception desk. She was maybe in her 50s, with graying hair pulled back in a bun and wearing a high-necked sweater despite the warmth from the fire. Her eyes widened slightly when she saw us, like she wasn't expecting guests. "We're so sorry to drop in without a reservation," I said. "We got lost in the fog and saw your sign." She hesitated before responding. "We don't get many visitors these days." Her voice was soft, but had an edge to it I couldn't place. "How long will you be staying?" "Just tonight," Brian answered. "We need to get to Asheville tomorrow." The woman nodded slowly and turned to a large leather-bound book on the desk. "I can give you room 3. It's $75 for the night, breakfast included." It seemed cheap, but I wasn't about to question it. Brian paid in cash since she said they didn't take cards, and she handed us an actual metal key attached to a wooden tag with 3 burned into it. "Dinner was served at 6, she said, "but I can fix you some sandwiches if you're hungry." We thanked her but declined. We'd grabbed a late lunch that was still holding us over. She showed us to the staircase, a wide wooden affair that creaked with every step. The second-floor hallway was long and narrow, with maybe 8 doors spaced evenly along it. Our room was the 3rd on the right. Room 3 was simple but comfortable, a 4-poster queen bed with a patchwork quilt, an antique dresser with a mirror, and a bathroom that had clearly been added long after the original construction. The window overlooked the front yard and the road we'd come in on. There was no TV, no phone, and definitely no Wi-Fi, but we were so tired we didn't care. We took showers and got ready for bed. Brian fell asleep almost immediately, but I lay awake for a while, listening to the rain against the window and the occasional creaks of the old building settling. I must have drifted off eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was jolting awake in complete darkness. Something had woken me, a sound. I lay completely still, trying to identify it. Then I heard it again. Footsteps. Heavy, slow footsteps directly above our room. They moved from one side to the other, then back again. I nudged Brian awake. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. He listened for a moment before nodding. "It's probably just another guest." "But we're on the top floor," I said. "There shouldn't be anything above us." Brian frowned and sat up. The footsteps continued for another minute or two, then stopped abruptly. We waited, but they didn't resume. "Maybe it's the attic," Brian suggested, "or some storage space we can't see from outside." I wanted to believe him, but something felt wrong. The footsteps had sounded too heavy, too deliberate to be someone simply walking to get something from storage in the middle of the night. Still, I was exhausted and eventually fell back into an uneasy sleep. The next morning, we went downstairs for breakfast. The same woman from the night before was in the dining room, setting out plates of eggs, bacon, and biscuits on a sideboard. 2 other tables were set, but there were no other guests. "Did you sleep well?" she asked, not making eye contact. "Actually," I began, "we heard some strange noises last night. It sounded like someone walking above our room." The woman's hand froze for a split second before continuing to arrange the silverware. "This is an old building," she said. "It makes all sorts of noises, especially during storms. Nothing to worry about." We ate quickly, eager to get back on the road. But as we were finishing, the fog outside the windows looked even thicker than the night before. "I'm afraid you won't get far in that," the woman said, following our gaze. "The mountain fog can last for days this time of year. You're welcome to stay another night." Brian and I exchanged looks. We didn't want to stay, but we also didn't want to risk driving in conditions where we could barely see the road. We reluctantly agreed to stay one more night. We spent the day exploring the inn and its grounds. Despite its size, most of the doors were locked, and the woman, who never told us her name, discouraged us from wandering too far from the building because of the fog. We didn't see any other guests or staff the entire day, which seemed odd for a place this size. That night was worse, much worse. We went to bed around 10, both of us tense and listening for any sounds. For about an hour, everything was quiet. Then the footsteps started again, heavier this time, pacing back and forth directly above our bed. I clutched Brian's hand under the covers as we both stared at the ceiling. Then the footsteps changed direction. They moved toward what sounded like the far corner of the room above us. And then, this is the part I still have nightmares about, they started descending. It sounded exactly like someone walking downstairs, but there were no stairs in that part of the building. The footsteps came down, 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 and then started moving along the hallway outside our room. Brian jumped out of bed and pressed his ear to the door. I was frozen, unable to move as the footsteps stopped directly outside. The doorknob rattled, not like someone was trying to open it, but like someone was just touching it, testing it. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps moved away, continuing down the hall until we couldn't hear them anymore. Neither of us slept after that. We sat up in bed with the lights on until dawn, not speaking much, just waiting for morning to come. As soon as we saw the first light through the window, we packed our bags. The fog outside had lifted somewhat, and we decided we were leaving, dangerous driving conditions or not. "I'll go settle our bill," Brian said. "Wait here with the bags." He was gone for about 10 minutes. When he returned, his face was ash white, and his hands were shaking. "We need to leave. Now," he said, grabbing his bag. "What happened? What's wrong?" "The lobby. It's different. Everything's different." His voice cracked. "The fireplace is cold and half collapsed. All those photos on the walls are faded and water damaged. There's dust everywhere, like no one's been there for years. And she's gone. The woman is just gone." I thought he was joking at first, but the look in his eyes told me he wasn't. We decided to leave through the window rather than risk going through the hallway. Brian went first, then helped me down. Our car was still in the parking area, thank God. But when Brian tried to start it, nothing happened. The engine wouldn't even turn over. We popped the hood, but neither of us knew enough about cars to figure out what was wrong. That's when we noticed the tires. All 4 were flat, not like they'd been slashed, but like they'd been slowly leaking air for hours. We grabbed what we could carry and started walking down the gravel driveway. I kept looking back over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone watching us from one of the windows, but the inn just sat there, silent and somehow threatening in the morning mist. We walked for nearly 3 hours before we reached a gas station. A waitress at the attached diner looked concerned when we stumbled in, exhausted and disheveled. While we waited for a tow truck, I asked her if she knew about the Carter Inn. Her face changed immediately. "Where'd you hear about that place?" "We stayed there last night," I said. "We got lost in the fog." She shook her head slowly. "That's not possible. The Carter Inn burned down in the 50s, killed everyone inside, the owners, the guests, everyone. There's nothing left but the foundation stones." Brian insisted we had just stayed there, describing the building in detail. The waitress called over an older man who confirmed the inn had been gone for decades. He even showed us a framed newspaper article on the wall about the fire. We never went back to check. We couldn't. The tow truck driver took us to the nearest town, where we rented a car and drove straight home, cutting our vacation short. It's been over a year now. We've tried to forget it, tried to convince ourselves there's some logical explanation, but there isn't. And here's the thing that keeps me up at night. Sometimes, when I'm home alone, I hear footsteps. They always come from directly above whatever room I'm in, even when I'm on the top floor of our house. Heavy, deliberate footsteps pacing back and forth, like someone is looking for something or someone. Story 15. I've never been one to believe in ghost stories. Growing up, I was always the skeptical friend who'd roll my eyes during campfire tales. That changed last summer. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened to me at Catoctin Mountain Park, and I figured writing it all down might help. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar. After finally finishing my environmental science degree in May of 2019, I was completely burnt out. 4 years of cramming for exams, pulling all-nighters, and living off ramen had taken its toll. I needed to get away from the noise and chaos of Baltimore, so I decided to take a solo camping trip to Catoctin Mountain Park in western Maryland. Just me, nature, and absolute peace. I'd been to Catoctin once before on a field trip in high school, but we'd stuck to the main trails near the visitor center. This time I wanted to explore deeper into the park, maybe find some spots tourists don't usually visit. The day before I left, my neighbor, an older guy who's lived in Maryland his whole life, noticed me packing my car and asked where I was headed. When I mentioned Catoctin, his expression changed immediately. "Be careful up there, especially after dark," he said. "Folks around those parts talk about hikers going missing over the years, strange noises in the woods, people seeing things that shouldn't be there." I laughed it off, of course. Every forest has its urban legends. I thanked him for his concern, but assured him I'd be fine. I'd done plenty of solo hikes before. I knew how to read a map, use a compass, and I had my phone with me. What could possibly go wrong? I arrived at Catoctin around 2 in the afternoon on a Tuesday. The campground wasn't crowded, just a few other tents scattered around. I set up my small one-person tent at a spot near the edge of the campground, close to where the forest got thicker. By 6 o'clock, I had eaten dinner, a sad little freeze-dried meal, and was getting restless. The sun wouldn't set for another couple of hours, and I wasn't tired yet. That's when I made the decision that's been haunting me ever since. I decided to take a short evening hike along one of the trails. Nothing too ambitious, just enough to stretch my legs and maybe catch the sunset from a nice viewpoint. I grabbed my backpack with water, a small first aid kit, my phone, a flashlight, and a trail map. The park ranger at the entrance had mentioned a trail called Chimney Rock that offered great views, so I figured I'd check it out. The first 30 minutes of the hike were completely normal, beautiful even. The late afternoon sun filtered through the trees, creating these gorgeous golden beams. I passed a couple heading back to the campground, and we exchanged friendly nods. After they passed, I realized I was now completely alone on the trail. About an hour in, I noticed something odd. The forest had gotten quiet, too quiet. If you've spent any time in the woods, you know they're never actually silent. There's always something. Birds calling, insects buzzing, leaves rustling. But suddenly, there was nothing. Just this heavy, oppressive silence that made the hair on my arms stand up. I told myself I was being ridiculous. Maybe there was a predator nearby and the wildlife was hiding. That happens sometimes. I decided to press on a little further before turning back. The trail forked, and I consulted my map. The left path led to Chimney Rock, while the right one wasn't marked clearly on my map. It looked like it might be an old service road or maybe an unofficial trail. Something about it drew me in. Maybe it was the way the trees seemed to create a perfect tunnel, or maybe it was just my curiosity getting the better of me. Whatever it was, I turned right. After walking for about 15 minutes, I started to regret my decision. The path was becoming less defined, and I was keenly aware that the sun would be setting soon. Just as I was about to turn back, I spotted something through the trees, a structure of some kind. I moved closer and realized it was a cabin, small and obviously abandoned. The wooden exterior was weathered gray, with patches of moss creeping up the sides. One of the windows was broken, and the front porch sagged at an angle that suggested it might collapse if you stepped on it wrong. Logic told me to keep walking, to get back to the main trail before dark. But something about that cabin pulled at me. I felt this inexplicable need to see inside, like when you spot a light in the distance while driving down a dark road. You just have to know what it is. As I approached the cabin, the temperature dropped noticeably. I remember thinking it was strange. It had been a warm June day, around 80 degrees. But suddenly I could see my breath forming little clouds in front of my face. I zipped up my jacket and approached the cabin's front door. The door wasn't locked. It swung open with a creak that seemed to echo through the silent forest. The inside was a single room with a small kitchen area, a rustic table with chairs, and what looked like a sleeping area in the corner. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust, except for one thing, a photo album sitting in the center of the table. That's when I should have left. Every horror movie I've ever seen flashed through my mind, warning me to turn around. But instead, I stepped inside and moved toward the table. The photo album was old, with a faded leather cover. I opened it carefully, half expecting it to fall apart in my hands. Inside were black and white photographs, dating back to what looked like the early 1980s based on the clothes and hairstyles. They showed groups of hikers posing on various trails, smiling in front of landmarks I recognized from the park. But as I flipped through the pages, I noticed something unsettling. In several of the photos, there was a dark figure standing at the edge of the frame. At first, I thought it might be a shadow or a smudge on the film, but it appeared in too many photos, always in the background, always slightly out of focus. It was tall and indistinct, like a person-shaped shadow that didn't belong to anyone in the photos. I was so absorbed in the album that I didn't notice the door closing behind me until I heard it slam shut. The sound made me jump, and I dropped the album back onto the table. I rushed to the door and grabbed the handle, but it wouldn't budge. I pulled harder, using both hands, but it was like the door had been sealed shut. That's when I heard it. A whisper, so faint I thought I might be imagining it. "Leave this place." The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was low and guttural, more of a growl than a human voice. I spun around, heart pounding, trying to locate the source. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. "This isn't funny." No answer came, but the temperature dropped even further. My breath now came out in thick clouds, and my fingers were starting to go numb from the cold. Movement in the corner caught my eye. At first, I thought it was just a shadow cast by my flashlight, but as I watched, it seemed to thicken and swirl, like smoke taking shape. It grew taller, forming what looked like a human silhouette, but without any defined features, just darkness that was somehow deeper than the surrounding shadows. "Leave this place," the whisper came again, louder this time. "Not yours, not safe." Panic overtook me. I ran to the window, the one with the broken glass, and started clearing away the remaining shards with my jacket sleeve. The whispers intensified, becoming a chorus of voices all around me. "Stay with us. Join us. Too late to leave." I didn't think, just acted. I hoisted myself up onto the windowsill and squeezed through the opening, feeling the remaining glass scrape against my jacket. I tumbled to the ground outside, got to my feet, and ran. I didn't look back, didn't stop to grab my backpack that I'd dropped by the cabin door. I just ran. The forest was dark now, but I didn't dare stop to get my flashlight from my pocket. I could hear the whispers behind me, following me through the trees. Several times I tripped over roots or rocks, scraping my hands and knees, but the adrenaline kept me going. I have no idea how I found my way back to the main trail. Maybe it was luck, or maybe something was guiding me, something that wanted me out of those woods. When I finally stumbled back into the campground, I was shaking uncontrollably, partly from cold, partly from fear. I didn't stay the night. I packed up my tent in record time, threw everything into my car, and drove straight back to Baltimore, arriving home around 2 in the morning. I spent the next few days trying to convince myself that I'd imagined the whole thing, that maybe I'd gotten dehydrated on the trail and hallucinated. But the cuts on my hands from the broken glass were real. And when I emptied my jacket pockets a week later, I found a small photograph that must have fallen out of the album. A group of 5 hikers standing in front of a mountain view, all smiling. And there, in the background, was that same dark figure. I couldn't let it go. 2 weeks after my experience, I started researching the history of Catoctin Mountain Park. I found newspaper articles from the early 1980s about a series of disappearances, 5 hikers who had vanished within a 6-month period. The authorities had suspected a serial killer, but no bodies were ever found, and the case eventually went cold. One article mentioned that the hikers had been using an old Forest Service cabin as a meeting point. The cabin had been abandoned years earlier and wasn't on any official park maps. The description matched exactly what I had found. I knew I needed to go back, but I wasn't stupid enough to go alone this time. I convinced 2 friends, Megan and Jason, to come with me. I didn't tell them the full story, just that I'd found something interesting in the park that I wanted to document properly. They thought it was for a post-graduation project. We went back in July, bringing cameras and recording equipment. I was terrified the entire hike, but strangely, I had no trouble finding the trail again. It was like something was pulling me back to the cabin. When we arrived, Megan and Jason were immediately uneasy. "It feels wrong here," Megan said, wrapping her arms around herself despite the summer heat. The cabin looked exactly as I'd left it. My backpack was still there by the door, untouched. The photo album was still open on the table. But this time, when we stepped inside, the whispers started immediately. Help us. Remember us. Tell our story. Jason's camera malfunctioned, and Megan's phone died despite being fully charged. But my audio recorder kept working, capturing the whispers that now filled the cabin. Then, in the same corner where I'd seen the shadow figure before, something began to take shape. But this time, it didn't remain a formless shadow. It coalesced into something more defined, the figure of a man with distorted, twisted features, like his face was being pulled in different directions. Free us from this place, it said, its voice clearer now. Remember us. Tell our story. Megan screamed and ran for the door. Surprisingly, it opened easily this time. Jason and I were right behind her. We didn't stop running until we reached the car. That night, when we listened to the audio recording, we heard not just the voice I had captured, but 5 distinct voices, each pleading for help, for remembrance. I've spent the past few months researching those 5 missing hikers. I found their names, their stories, their families who still wonder what happened to them. Megan, Jason, and I started a blog documenting everything we found, including historical records of other strange occurrences in Catoctin Mountain Park going back decades. People started reaching out to us, sharing their own experiences in the park, feelings of being watched, unexplained cold spots, whispers in the trees. We've created a community around these stories, a place where people can share their encounters without judgment. I've been back to the cabin 3 times now. Each time, the voices seem less threatening, more plaintive. The shadow figures have become more distinct, as if gaining strength from being acknowledged, remembered. I don't know if what I'm experiencing is supernatural, or if there's some rational explanation I haven't discovered yet. What I do know is that by remembering those 5 hikers, by telling their stories, something has changed. The darkness that once terrified me has transformed into something else, a purpose, a mission to ensure that these people who vanished without a trace aren't forgotten. Yesterday, I received an email from the daughter of one of the missing hikers. She found our blog and wanted to thank us for keeping her father's memory alive. She's coming to visit next week, and we're going to take her to the cabin. I don't know what will happen, but somehow I'm not afraid anymore. The whispers still follow me, even when I'm far from Catoctin Mountain. But now they don't say, leave this place. Now they whisper, thank you for remembering. Story 16. I've been debating whether to share this for months. I'm still not sleeping right. My therapist suggested writing it down might help, but I don't know. Some things feel safer kept quiet, but I need to tell someone who might understand or at least believe me. This happened last September. I'd been working remotely for almost 2 years straight in my tiny San Francisco apartment. Same walls, same routine, same everything. I was suffocating. After a particularly rough week of deadlines and panic attacks, I just broke. Called in sick on Friday and decided to take a spontaneous road trip. Just me, my Jeep Cherokee, and the open road. I'd always loved Northern California's forests, so I headed north on Highway 101, then cut inland on smaller highways. No real destination, that was the point. Just driving, windows down, music up. God, I wish I'd stuck to the main roads. Around 4 in the afternoon, I turned onto this unmarked road that looked promising. Pine trees everywhere, dappled, sunlight. It was beautiful. My GPS started getting spotty, but I wasn't worried. The road was clear enough, and I figured it would loop back to a highway eventually. By 6, the sun was getting low. I still wasn't concerned. My Jeep had a full tank, I had water and snacks, and the drive was exactly what I needed. The road narrowed though, turning from asphalt to gravel. When I checked my phone, no service. Still, I kept going, thinking I'd find a small town or at least a gas station soon. As twilight set in, the forest got denser. The trees seemed to close in around the road, branches reaching over like fingers. I started to get that prickly feeling on the back of my neck, when you suddenly realize you're completely alone in the middle of nowhere. I decided to turn back at the next wide spot in the road. That's when I saw it, a faint yellowish light flickering between the trees maybe 100 yards off the road. At first, I thought it might be a campfire, maybe other travelers. But it was too steady, too contained. Looked more like a window. I should have kept driving. I know that now. But curiosity is a powerful thing when you're bored with your life. I pulled over, grabbed my phone for the flashlight, and headed toward the light. The forest floor was soft with pine needles, muffling my footsteps. As I got closer, I could make out the shape of a cabin. Not some modern vacation rental. This was old, really old. Rough-hewn logs darkened with age, a slanting roof with missing shingles, a stone chimney. The light came from an oil lamp visible through a grimy window. Standing in front of it, I felt this weird mix of fascination and unease. The cabin looked abandoned, weeds growing up around the foundation, parts of the porch rotting away. But that lamp, someone had lit it recently. "Hello?" I called out. No answer except the rustle of wind through pine needles. I stepped onto the porch, wincing at the creak of the boards. The door wasn't even fully closed. It hung slightly ajar, as if inviting me in. I pushed it open with my fingertips. "Anyone here? Sorry to intrude." The interior was a single room with a small attached kitchen area. Dusty but not destroyed. There was old furniture, a table with 3 chairs, a sagging couch, a rocking chair facing the cold fireplace. The oil lamp sat on the table, casting long shadows across the room. What struck me as odd was the lack of cobwebs or animal droppings. For an abandoned cabin, it was surprisingly maintained. I stepped inside, drawn to a collection of frames on the far wall. In the dim light, I could make out black and white photographs, family portraits, I realized as I got closer. They spanned decades. I could tell from the clothing styles. The oldest looked like it was from the 1920s or 30s. Each photo showed a family posed in front of this very cabin. Different families throughout the years, some with children, some just couples. They all had forced smiles. You know that old-timey photograph look where nobody seems comfortable. But there was something else, something that made my skin crawl the longer I looked. In every single photograph, there was a figure in the background, partially hidden behind trees or standing at the edge of the frame. Blurry, like they'd moved during the exposure, but definitely there. A tall, thin silhouette watching the families. I thought it might be a photographic error at first, but it was in every picture. Different positions, but always watching. My heart started racing. I took out my phone to photograph these pictures, but my hands were shaking so badly the images came out blurred. That's when I heard it, a rustling sound outside, leaves crunching under footsteps. I nearly dropped my phone. "Hello?" I called again, hating how my voice quavered. No response, but the footsteps continued, circling around to the porch. I backed away from the wall of photos, suddenly desperate to leave. I headed for the door just as a shadow fell across the entrance. A man stood in the doorway, tall, gaunt, with wild gray hair that hung past his shoulders. His face was weathered, deeply lined, like leather left too long in the sun. He wore faded overalls and a flannel shirt that might have once been red, but it was his eyes that froze me in place, pale blue, almost colorless, and completely devoid of warmth. "You admiring the family album?" His voice was rough, like he didn't use it much. I struggled to sound normal. "I'm so sorry for intruding. I saw the light and thought someone might need help." He tilted his head slightly, studying me with those empty eyes. "Not many folks find their way here anymore. Road doesn't appear on maps these days. I was just exploring. I should get back to my car now." I took a step toward the door, but he didn't move from the doorway. "You from the city?" Not a question. I can always tell. City folk got a certain look about them. Lost. Searching. His lips curved into what might have been a smile, revealing yellowed teeth. "They always find their way here when they're searching." I clutched my phone tighter, though I knew it was useless without service. "My friends are expecting me." I told them exactly where I was heading. A lie, but a necessary one. "Did you now?" He took a step into the cabin, forcing me to back up. "Funny thing about these woods. People come and go. Mostly come. Don't always go." He glanced at the photographs on the wall. Lots of families passed through over the years. Some stayed longer than others. That's when I noticed it. His resemblance to the shadowy figure in the photographs. The height, the build, the way he held himself. It couldn't be possible. Those photos spanned decades, but the similarity was undeniable. "This is my family's place," he continued, moving further into the room. "Has been since my great-granddaddy built it with his own hands. We've always been hospitable to travelers." As he moved closer to the lamp, I could see his face better. His skin had an unhealthy pallor, almost gray in the yellowish light. There was dirt under his fingernails, embedded so deeply it looked permanent. "What's your name, city girl?" "Sarah," I said automatically, immediately regretting giving my real name. "Sarah," he repeated, drawing out the syllables like he was tasting them. "Pretty name. We had a Sarah stay with us once, back in 1958, I believe." He nodded toward one of the photos, and my eyes followed involuntarily. In that moment of distraction, he moved with surprising speed, positioning himself between me and the door. "Why don't you stay for supper? Been a while since I had company." "I really can't. Thank you, but I need to go." My voice sounded thin and frightened even to my own ears. His expression changed then, hardening into something predatory. "Wasn't really asking, Sarah from the city." His voice dropped to a growl. "Folks who find this cabin don't leave so quick. Not proper, not respectful." He took another step toward me, and I caught a whiff of something foul, like wet earth and decay. My survival instinct finally kicked in. I feinted left, then darted right, brushing against him as I bolted for the door. His hand shot out, fingers grazing my arm, but I was faster. I stumbled onto the porch, hearing him behind me. "Sarah!" he roared, the sound echoing through the trees. I ran, branches whipping my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. I could hear him crashing through the underbrush behind me. When I broke through the trees to the road, I fumbled for my keys with shaking hands. My Jeep stood there, a beautiful sight in the fading light. I threw myself inside, locked the doors, and started the engine just as his figure emerged from the tree line. He didn't run toward the car. He just stood there, watching me with those pale eyes. As I reversed and turned the Jeep around, my headlights swept across him. For a split second, he looked different, taller, thinner, almost translucent in the harsh light. Then I was facing the other direction, flooring the accelerator, gravel spraying behind me. I drove like a maniac, taking turns too fast, constantly checking my rearview mirror. I didn't slow down until I hit pavement again, and I didn't stop until I reached a gas station with people and lights about 45 minutes later. The attendant looked concerned when I stumbled in, probably white as a sheet and wild-eyed. I bought coffee with shaking hands and used their bathroom to splash water on my face. In the harsh fluorescent light, I noticed scratches on my arm where the man had grabbed at me. They were already turning an angry red. I drove straight back to San Francisco that night, too terrified to stop anywhere. When I finally had cell service again, I looked up information about missing persons in Northern California forests. What I found chilled me to the bone. Over the past 70 years, at least 9 families had disappeared in those woods. The cases were spread out, one every 7 to 10 years, always written off as people getting lost in the wilderness. But the pattern was there if you looked for it. The most recent case was from 2011, a family of 4 who'd gone camping and never returned. Their car was found on an unmarked forest road, but no bodies were ever recovered. The strangest detail? An old camera was found near their campsite with partially developed film. The single recoverable image showed the family standing in front of what investigators described as a rustic cabin. The photo was too damaged to make out details, but a local newspaper article mentioned something about an unexplained anomaly in the background. I've moved apartments since then, changed my phone number too. I told myself I was being paranoid, but last month I received an envelope in the mail with no return address. Inside was a black and white photograph of me standing in that cabin, looking at the wall of photos. The image was grainy, taken from across the room. In the background, visible just over my shoulder, was a tall, thin silhouette with pale eyes. I don't go on road trips anymore. I don't drive at night. And I never, ever take unmarked roads, because sometimes I catch glimpses of him in store windows, in crowds, in the rearview mirror of my car, always watching, always waiting. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I hear his voice calling my name, drawing out the syllables like he's savoring them, like he knows it's just a matter of time before I return to that cabin in the woods. Story 17. I'm still not sure if I should be sharing this. It's been 3 months since that night, and I've barely told anyone what happened. Even writing this now, my hands are shaking a bit. But I need to get this out there, see if anyone else has experienced something similar. Maybe you'll all just think I'm crazy, but I swear every word of this is true. Back in June, my sister Rachel moved from Salt Lake City to Reno for a new job. She flew ahead to get settled, and I volunteered to drive her stuff over in a U-Haul. I'd done plenty of long drives before, and I actually enjoy them. Just me, some good music, and the open road. Plus, I had a few days off work, so the timing worked out. I picked up the U-Haul around 4 in the afternoon. It was one of those smaller ones, not the giant trucks, but it was packed full with Rachel's furniture and boxes. The plan was to drive through the night to avoid the summer heat. Route 306 seemed like the most direct way according to my GPS, though I'd never taken it before. The first couple hours were perfectly normal. Beautiful Utah scenery, the sun setting behind the mountains, that kind of thing. I stopped for gas around 8, grabbed some snacks and energy drinks, and kept going. Once the sun went down completely, the landscape changed. Not physically, but something about that highway at night felt different, more isolated than I expected. My phone service got spotty, and the radio stations turned to static one by one until I just shut it off. The highway narrowed to 2 lanes, and I hadn't seen another car for at least 45 minutes when I noticed the diner. It was just after midnight, and I was starting to feel the fatigue setting in. The place looked like something from an old movie. Small, standalone building with a neon sign that flickered Open 24 HRS in blue and red. I figured I could use some coffee and a bathroom break. The gravel parking lot was empty, except for a single pickup truck that had to be from the 80s. I parked the U-Haul and went inside. The bell above the door jingled, and I immediately noticed how quiet it was. No music, just the hum of the refrigerator case and the fluorescent lights overhead. There was only one person inside, a middle-aged woman behind the counter with shoulder-length gray hair pulled back in a loose ponytail. Her name tag said, Linda. She looked up when I walked in, and I swear she seemed almost surprised to see a customer. "Coffee?" she asked, already reaching for a mug. I nodded and slid onto one of the red vinyl stools at the counter. "And maybe a slice of pie if you have any." She poured the coffee and cut me a slice of apple pie that had been sitting under a glass dome. It was actually pretty good, homemade tasting. "You heading west?" she asked, nodding toward the window where the U-Haul was visible. "Yeah, all the way to Reno, moving my sister's stuff." Linda's face changed when I mentioned Route 306. It wasn't obvious, but her eyes got this concerned look. She wiped her hands on her apron and leaned forward slightly. "Be careful out there. That road, it's not like other roads," she said, her voice lower than before. I laughed nervously. "What do you mean?" "Just stay on the main road. Don't stop for anything you might hear, even if it sounds like someone needs help." She straightened up and started wiping the counter, especially after the old mining turnoff. That's when folks start seeing things. I thought she was just messing with me, you know, like locals sometimes do with out-of-towners. I paid for my pie and coffee, used the bathroom, and got back on the road. But her warning stuck with me as I pulled back onto the highway. The night seemed darker now. My headlights only illuminated maybe 50 feet ahead, and the desert landscape on either side was just black emptiness. The U-Haul's engine noise seemed louder than before, and I kept checking my mirrors, even though there was no one behind me. About 30 minutes after leaving the diner, I passed a sign that said, Old Silverton Mine Yard, with an arrow pointing to a dirt path heading north. I remembered what Linda had said, and a chill ran down my spine despite the warm night air. That's when I saw the first car on the shoulder, an old sedan with its hazard lights blinking. As I approached, I could see a figure standing beside it, a tall, thin man in dark clothes. I slowed down slightly, wondering if I should stop to help, but then I remembered Linda's warning. As I passed by, the man turned his head to look at me, and I caught a glimpse of his face in my headlights. His eyes looked wrong, too large, too wide, almost reflecting my headlights like an animal's would. He opened his mouth and screamed something I couldn't make out over the engine noise. I hit the gas, my heart pounding. I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe the shadows played tricks on me. Maybe he was just some stranded motorist angry that I wasn't stopping. I turned on the radio again, desperately spinning the dial for any station, but got nothing but static. About 15 miles later, I saw another stopped vehicle, this time a newer SUV with no lights on. Standing next to it was a woman in what looked like a hospital gown. She was barefoot on the asphalt, just standing there, not waving or anything. As I passed, she turned to watch me, and I swear she didn't have any expression at all. No fear, no hope, nothing. Just blank eyes following my truck. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel. I was doing about 75 now, well over the speed limit, but I didn't care. Something was very wrong with this highway. The next thing I saw nearly made me crash. There was a person lying in the middle of my lane about 100 yards ahead. I slammed on the brakes, the U-Haul skidding slightly as I came to a stop about 20 feet from the figure. It looked like a man in jeans and a flannel shirt, face down on the asphalt. I sat there for maybe 30 seconds, engine idling, trying to decide what to do. I couldn't just run over someone, but Linda's warning echoed in my head. I honked the horn. The figure didn't move. Then I remembered what she'd said about not stopping for anything I might hear. What about things I might see? My instincts were screaming at me to get out of there. I checked that the other lane was clear, then slowly steered around the figure, giving it a wide berth. As I passed by, I looked out my window at the person on the road. There was no blood, no obvious injuries. Just as I got alongside, the head turned, just the head, not the body, and looked right at me. The face was, I still can't describe it properly. Stretched is the best word I can think of. Stretched and wrong, with a mouth that opened too wide. I floored it, heart pounding in my chest, and glanced in my rearview mirror. The road behind me was empty. Whatever it was gone. That's when I first heard the whisper. It was so faint I thought I'd imagined it at first, a barely audible sound that seemed to come from right behind my head. Stop the truck. I jerked around to look in the cargo area, but of course there was just the solid wall behind the cab. I was alone. I turned up the heater fan to drown out any sounds, telling myself it was just road noise, or the wind. But it came again, louder this time. Stop the truck. Let me in. The voice wasn't male or female. It was like multiple voices speaking in unison, soft but insistent. I checked all my mirrors, rolled up my window tighter, but it didn't help. Stop the truck. It was a full voice now, clear as day, as if someone was sitting right next to me. I was shaking so badly, I could barely keep the truck on the road. No, I said out loud. There's nobody there. This isn't happening. The voice grew angry, rising to a scream that filled the entire cab. Stop the truck! Stop the truck! Stop the truck! I was crying now, pressing the gas pedal to the floor. The U-Haul shuddered as it hit 80, which was probably faster than it was meant to go. The screaming continued for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse. I kept driving, afraid to slow down, afraid that whatever it was would come back if I did. My mouth was dry, and I was too terrified to even reach for my water bottle. I don't know how long I drove like that, probably another hour or so. I didn't see any more figures or stopped cars. Eventually, I started seeing signs of civilization again, a gas station, then some houses, then finally the outskirts of Reno. When I finally pulled up to my sister's new apartment complex, it was almost 4 in the morning. I was so relieved to see normal street lights and buildings that I almost broke down right there. I parked the U-Haul and just sat there for a while, trying to pull myself together before calling Rachel to let her know I'd arrived. While waiting for her to come down, I got out to stretch my legs. That's when I noticed the handprints in the dust on the side of the U-Haul. They started about halfway down the cargo area and continued all the way to the driver's door. Some were clearly handprints, while others looked more like something had been dragging claws along the metal. And on the driver's door itself, there were 3 deep scratches in the paint that went all the way down to the metal. Rachel thought I was just hallucinating from exhaustion when I tried to explain what happened. We unloaded her stuff. I returned the U-Haul. They didn't even mention the scratches, which freaked me out even more, and flew home the next day. I've checked maps since then. There is no Route 306 between Salt Lake City and Reno. The route I should have taken was Interstate 80. I've tried to find that diner online, but there's nothing. No reviews, no listings, nothing. I still don't know what happened that night, but sometimes when I'm driving alone at night, I swear I can hear that whisper again, just at the edge of my hearing. Stop. I never will. Story 18. I've been putting off writing about this for 4 years now. My husband Matt thinks therapy might help, but how do you explain to a therapist that you're still having nightmares about a harmonica? That you wake up in cold sweats because you hear humming that isn't there? They'd think I'm having a psychotic break. Maybe I am. But I know what I experienced in that cabin in Vermont, and I need to get it out somehow. We were newlyweds, still riding that post-wedding high when we booked the cabin. A week-long honeymoon in a secluded spot with no neighbors for miles, nestled in the Vermont mountains. The pictures online showed this gorgeous A-frame with floor-to-ceiling windows, a wraparound porch, and a hot tub overlooking a misty valley. The booking site had all these 5-star reviews about how romantic and peaceful it was. The perfect escape. I remember the drive up there so clearly. It was early October, and the leaves were at their peak, all those reds and golds. Matt kept pointing out particularly beautiful spots as we wound up these narrow mountain roads. The GPS lost signal about 3 miles from our destination, but the owner had sent detailed directions, thank God. We turned onto this unmarked gravel road that seemed to go on forever, getting narrower and darker as the trees closed in overhead. When we finally reached the cabin, I felt this weird mixture of relief and something else. The place was exactly like the photos, maybe even more beautiful in person. It sat in a small clearing with towering pines all around it, and beyond the trees was this view of the valley that took my breath away. But there was something about how isolated it was that made my stomach knot up a bit. I pushed the feeling away. This was our honeymoon. It was supposed to be isolated. We unpacked the car, brought in all our groceries, and settled in. The interior was gorgeous, all exposed wood beams, a massive stone fireplace, and this huge picture window overlooking the valley. The bedroom was upstairs in a loft area, with a king-sized bed and skylight above it. It was perfect. That first evening was everything we'd hoped for. We cooked dinner together, opened a bottle of wine, and sat by the fire talking about our future. We even used the hot tub, despite the chill in the air. Under the stars, with steam rising around us and glasses of wine in hand, it felt magical. I remember looking at Matt and thinking how lucky I was. But even then, something felt off, like we weren't entirely alone. I kept glancing over my shoulder at the tree line. The darkness between those trees seemed deeper than normal darkness somehow, more solid. Matt asked if I was cold, and I nodded, even though that wasn't it at all. We went to bed late, a little drunk and happy. I fell asleep quickly, but woke up sometime in the night. The bedroom was pitch black, except for a sliver of moonlight coming through the skylight. I wasn't sure what had woken me until I heard it, a scratching sound coming from the roof. Probably just branches, I told myself, but it didn't sound like branches. It sounded deliberate, like fingernails dragging slowly across the shingles. I nudged Matt awake and whispered for him to listen. He did, but the sound had stopped. He kissed my forehead and told me it was just the wind or animals, then rolled over and went back to sleep. I lay there for what felt like hours, listening, but the sound didn't return. The next morning over coffee, Matt mentioned he'd heard strange noises during the night too, after I'd fallen back asleep. Like humming, he said. Really faint, like someone was outside singing to themselves. I felt cold, despite the morning sunlight streaming through the windows. "Why didn't you wake me up?" He shrugged. It stopped after a minute. Probably just the wind through the trees or something. We decided to explore the property that day. There was a trail behind the cabin that the owner said led to a small waterfall. The woods were beautiful, all dappled sunlight and autumn colors, but something about them felt wrong. I couldn't put my finger on it at first, and then it hit me. The silence. There were no birds singing, no squirrels rustling through the fallen leaves, just our footsteps and the sound of our breathing. "It's really quiet out here," I said to Matt, trying to keep my voice casual. He nodded. "That's what we paid for, right? Peace and quiet?" But this wasn't peaceful. This was empty, like the forest was holding its breath. We found the waterfall eventually, a small cascade tumbling over moss-covered rocks into a clear pool. It was beautiful, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I kept looking back along the trail, expecting to see someone standing there, but there was never anyone. That night, we made dinner and tried to recapture the romance of our first evening. We got into the hot tub again as the sun was setting, watching the mist rise from the valley below. That's when we heard it for the first time, a soft, melodic humming that seemed to float through the air, around us. It wasn't coming from any specific direction, it was just there. "Do you hear that?" I whispered, not wanting to speak too loudly. Matt nodded, his eyes scanning the trees. The humming continued for maybe 30 seconds, then faded away. We got out of the hot tub immediately and went inside, locking the doors behind us. It was probably just the wind, Matt said, but I could tell he didn't believe it. The sound had been too deliberate, too musical. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the cabin, every whisper of wind sounded like humming to me. Around 3 in the morning, I heard footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate steps that crossed from one end to the other, then stopped right outside the front door. Matt was asleep beside me, and I was too terrified to wake him. I lay there, heart pounding, waiting for a knock that never came. Eventually, I heard the footsteps recede, and then silence. The next morning, I told Matt about the footsteps. He went outside to check, but there were no footprints on the porch, no sign that anyone had been there. We debated leaving early, but decided we were just spooking ourselves. It was an old cabin in the woods. Of course it made noises. The humming was probably just the wind through the trees or pipes. The footsteps could have been a raccoon or even a deer on the porch. But that day, things got worse. We kept hearing the humming, even inside the cabin with all the windows closed. It would start faintly, then grow louder, only to fade away when we tried to figure out where it was coming from. And then we started hearing whispers coming from the fireplace. Soft, unintelligible murmurs that sounded like a conversation happening just out of earshot. By our 4th night, I was ready to leave, but a storm had moved in, bringing heavy rain and strong winds that made driving down the mountain seem too dangerous. We decided to stick it out one more night and leave first thing in the morning. That night, the humming was louder than ever. It seemed to be coming from inside the walls of the cabin, a melodic, haunting tune that made my skin crawl. Matt, trying to be brave, decided to go outside with a flashlight to see if he could figure out what was causing it. I begged him not to go, but he insisted he'd just check around the porch and be right back. He was gone for maybe 5 minutes, but it felt like hours. When he came back in, his face was pale, and he was holding something in his hand, a small, rusted harmonica. "It was sitting right on the porch railing," he said, his voice shaking, like someone had just left it there. As soon as he brought it inside, the humming stopped. The sudden silence was almost worse than the noise had been. We stared at the harmonica, neither of us wanting to touch it again. It looked ancient, the metal corroded and stained. "We're leaving," I said. "Right now. I don't care about the storm." Matt agreed, and we started throwing our things into our suitcases without even folding them. That's when it started again. The humming, louder than ever before, seeming to come from everywhere at once. The lights began to flicker, and the air in the cabin grew unnaturally cold. I could see my breath fogging in front of my face. The harmonica, which Matt had placed on the coffee table, began to vibrate, actually moving across the surface on its own. And then we heard the footsteps again, not just on the porch this time, but all around the cabin, dozens of sets of feet walking slowly, deliberately. We grabbed our car keys and ran out the front door, leaving most of our things behind. What I saw outside will haunt me for the rest of my life. The forest was alive with movement, shadows darting between trees, and tall, thin silhouettes standing motionless at the edge of the clearing. The humming was coming from them, a chorus of otherworldly voices that seemed to penetrate my very bones. We sprinted to our car, threw ourselves inside, and Matt fumbled with the keys, dropping them twice before finally getting them into the ignition. As we peeled out of the driveway, I looked back at the cabin. There was a figure standing on the porch, tall and impossibly thin, with limbs too long to be human, and it was holding the harmonica to what should have been its mouth. We drove down that mountain road in the pouring rain, going way too fast, the car fishtailing on the curves. Several times I was sure we were going to go off the edge, but somehow Matt kept control. We didn't stop until we reached the main highway, where we pulled into a gas station and sat in the parking lot, shaking and crying. We never went back for our things. Matt called the cabin owner the next day and made up some family emergency that had forced us to leave. He asked if they could ship our belongings to us, and they agreed, though they sounded confused about why we'd left in such a hurry during a storm. When our suitcases arrived a week later, the harmonica was sitting on top of my clothes, polished and shining like new. After that, I started researching the area where the cabin was located. It took some digging, but I eventually found references to a man named Elias Crow, who had lived in those mountains in the early 1900s. He was a recluse who locals believed was involved with some kind of cult. There were stories about travelers going missing in that area, and rumors that Crow would play his harmonica to lure them to his cabin. They were never seen again. It's been 4 years, and we've never gone back to Vermont. We don't talk about what happened very often, but sometimes I catch Matt staring into space with this haunted look on his face, and I know he's thinking about it too. The worst part is the dreams. In them, I'm back in those woods, and I can hear the humming. It starts soft, then gets louder and louder until I wake up gasping for breath. Sometimes I swear I can still hear it, even when I'm awake, like it followed us home somehow. I threw the harmonica away the day after it arrived, tossing it into a public dumpster miles from our house. But sometimes, when the house is quiet and I'm alone, I hear the faintest melody drifting through the rooms. And I know somehow that Elias Crow is still playing, still waiting for us to return.